Hello everyone and welcome back. This is Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair for the Nintendo Switch. Hope you guys enjoy. This is gonna be part 11 of our blind playthrough. Let us continue. Just got started on the 5th trial, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is chapter 5 and we made it to the trial.
学級裁判では誰が犯人かを議論し、その結果はお前らの投票により決定されます。
Okay, is the microphone working?
正しい黒を指摘できれば黒だけがお仕置きですが、もし間違った人物を黒とした場合は黒以外の全員がお仕置きされ、生き残った黒だけにこの島から出る権利が与えられます。おや、モノミちゃん、かわいい妹よ。黙りこくってどうしたのかな。大人の階段を登って月が来たとか、ウサギだけに。
Because rabbits are supposed to live on the moon.
そうだね、モノミとじゃれてる場合じゃないよね。もう裁判は始まってるんだもんね。さて、今回の犠牲者はみんなのために裏切り者を暴こうとしていた狛枝くんだったわけですが、一体誰が彼を殺したのでしょうかね。超気になる。
裏切り者を暴こうとしていたあいつが殺されたってことは、やっぱその裏切り者が犯人だろう。そいつが口封じのために狛枝を殺したんだ。
いや、そうとは限らねえぞ。
裏切り者をかばうってのか。俺らの危機に名乗り出なかったようなやつだぞ。まさかてめえが裏切り者じゃねえだろうな。
裏切り者。
破壊してんじゃねえよ。そんなわけねえだろ。
ぷぷぷ、そんな感じでさっさと議論を始めちゃってちょうだ
Yeah,
い
he
な。
likes seeing that. The traitor and the killer who murdered Nagito is here, right? Are they the same person, or...
犯人の目的は口封じじゃねえって。狛枝を拷問することなんだって。
狛枝さんの死体が傷だらけなのは
犯人が狛枝を拷問したからです。
それであんなに痛めつけられてたのか。拷問して何を吐かせようとしたのかな。きっと爆弾の隠し場所ですよ。
But if he had duct tape on his mouth, though,
だとすると怪しい
how were they trying to get him to
最
talk?
初に爆弾を見つけたやつってことか。
それってクズ流じゃねえか。
俺が見つけたのはたまたまだ。
By
俺が拷問なんて
coincidence.
やるわけねえだろ。
Why did the killer have to torture Nagito? No, were the wounds on Nagito's body really caused by torture in the first place? Ah, okay.
犯人の目的は口封じ
This
じ
is
ゃね
where
え
we're
って。
going then.
狛枝を拷問するこ
If
と
you
な
mean
んだ。
torture as in trying to get something out of him, maybe that was not it then, since his mouth was covered. And
犯人が狛枝を拷問。
there was no blood under the duct tape, as we
それ
know,
は違うぞ。
since this was mentioned yesterday.
でも狛枝の口はガムテープで塞がれて
During the
声を出せる
investigation,
状
I
態じゃ
should
なかっ
say.
たんだぞ。何かを聞き出すために拷問したなら、そんな風に口を塞がれてたりしないはずだ。
俺が整備してやるぜ。いや、俺は気づいちまったぜ。そいつはトラップだ。
トラップ？
おめえはトラップに引っかかったんだよ。ノータリンひなたちゃんよ。
Ow. Baka. There was no blood under the duct tape.
満足に喋れねえと思うわな。でもそれがトラップだ。何かを聞き出したと悟らせねえためのな。
でも口を塞いだら本当に何も聞き出すことができないぞ。
Yeah.
いいか、真相はこうだ。まず犯人は狛枝を拷問して爆弾の情報を聞き出
No,
した。
that's not it. Ah, silly. That's not it.
いいか、真相はまず犯人は狛枝を爆弾の情報、そんであいつをぶっ殺した後に
Yeah, that's it.
その言葉切らせてもらう。いや、ガムテープが貼られたのは間違いなく
Because there was no blood under it.
つけられる前なんだ。
なんだと。
もうガムテープの話なんていいって。いっそのことじゃんけんで決めちまえ。
じゃんけんに頼るまでもなく、ガムテープは拷問の前に貼られたもので決定だよ。
なんで日向の肩ばっか持つんだよ。あいつのことが好きなのかよ。
And what if she does, huh? What's so wrong with it? Are you in elementary school or something?
私が狛枝くんの口からガムテープを剥がした時、ソーダくんも一緒にいたよね。ほら、狛枝くんの顔の血痕ってガムテープの下にはついてなかったでしょ。
狛枝の顔の血痕はあいつの腕の傷から飛んだものだった。つまりあのガムテープはあいつが腕を傷つけられる前から貼られてたってことだ。
それにあのガムテープって口の内側に向かってシワがたくさんできてたよ。きっと彼はガムテープの下で必死に口を動かしてたんじゃないかな。
むしろあのガムテープは叫び声を上げさせねえためのものか。ってことはやっぱ俺が最初に言った通りだろ。拷問じゃなくて口封じが目的だったんだろ。
ですが目的が口封じならあそこまで必要に痛めつける必要はないと思います。
きっとよっぽど狛枝が憎かったんだろう。
Well, you know.
では犯人はただ苦しませるためだけにあそこまでのことをしたとおっしゃるのですか？
だとしたら正気の沙汰じゃねえな。そいつは狂っちまってんじゃねえのか。
いや、ただ狂ってるだけじゃねえ。それに加えてかなり狡猾な野郎だぞ。そうでなきゃ現場に放火して丸ごと証拠隠滅させるなんて真似はできっこねえ。
倉庫の火事って証拠隠滅のためだったのか？
I think it was for killing Nagito, actually. Forgetting the process of killing him started
それ
anyway.
をどなたがやったかです。あの火
It's
事があ
because
っ
of
た
that
時
bit
は
of burned
ここにい
rope
る全員が倉
attached
庫
to
の
his
前に揃
arm
っていました。
that I think that.
ああ、そんで俺が倉庫の扉を開けた直後に奥から火が上がった。
This is because of the domino thing with the Monokuma panels.
つまりここにいる誰かが
Or
放火
billboards
した
or
とは
whatever.
考えられないはずなのですが。
犯人は俺ら以外にいる。なわけねえよな。今更って感じだもんな。
偶然にしたってタイミングが良すぎるしな。
今までのパターンからするとここに何らかの仕掛けが使われていると考えるべきかもしれませんね。
何らかの仕掛けってなんだよ。
それは分かりませんが、でも今までは大体そうだったじゃないですか。
さすがはソニアさん、凄まじく高い学習能力を誇ってらっしゃる。よっしゃ、ソニアさんの意見をもとに考えてみようぜ。それでいいですよね、ソニアさん。
承知の助です。
The reason for the fire, huh? They're right. We need to clear that up first. Hmm.
あの火事の直接的なきっかけは現場にあったオイルライターですよね。
犯人は何らかの仕掛けを使ってライターからカーテンに火をつけたんだ。
何らかの仕掛けって？
オイルを導火線代わりにしたのかもな。
単純にライターを投げただけだろ。
No.
あの形状のオイルライターなら火をつけたまま立たせられますよね。
何らかの方法でライターを倒せば
Clatter, clatter, clatter.
カーテンに引火するかもしれません。
何
The,
らかの方
the
法
Monokuma panels. Here?
見えない糸を使ったと。
No.
音の振動で倒す方
No, that's not it. It is the Monokuma panels, but
あの火事の直接的なきっかけは
現場にあったオイル
犯人はライターからカーテ
何らかの仕掛けってオイルを
it's more like a chain
あの
reaction.
形状のオイル
ライター火をつけたまま立た
ン何らかの方カーテンに引火す
何らかの方法って見えない糸を使って
音の振動で倒す方法だってあるはずだ。
もしくは扉が開いたきっかけで
There we go.
それに賛成
Okay.
だ。
I wasn't quite sure where I was gonna need to use it until I saw it.
扉が開いたことがきっかけになったって意見には俺も賛成だ。
やはり風圧ですね。ジャパニーズかまいたちですね。
いや風圧じゃな
Dust Devil
くて
from Glorious
きっと
Japan.
モノクマのパネルを使ったんだ。現場にモノクマのパネルが大量に倒れてただろ。あれは無造作に倒れてるように見えたけど一列だけ綺麗に折り重なるようにして倒れてたんだ。倉庫の扉から火元までの一列だけがな。
それになんか意味があったのか？
きっと犯人はあのモノクマのパネルを利用して
That's what I thought. As soon as I saw them in the warehouse, that's what I thought.
並べた灰をパタパタと倒して遊ぶあれのことだよな。
犯人はその灰の代わりにモノクマのパネルを使ったんだ
Now
よ
the question is, why did they need to start a fire in the first place?
私たちが倉庫の扉を開けると
Right?
扉に押
Don't
さ
you
れた
think?
最初のパネルが倒れてそこからパネルがドミノ式に倒れていって最後にライターからカーテンに引火する仕掛けだね。
けどあんな大きなパネルが倒れてったらさすがに誰か気づくんじゃねえか？
気づいてほしくないからこそグッズ倉庫の照明を消してたんだろうな。
あの倉庫が暗かったのって俺たちからドミノ倒しの仕掛けを
To make it
隠
less
すためだ
obvious
ったの
at
か
the very least.
それともう一つ犯人がドミノ倒しを隠すためにやったことがあったよね。
The killer did one other thing to hide the domino effect. Yeah, that, I guess. To cover the sound of them crashing one after the other, I guess. That's why the music was needed?
そうか。それってあの MP3 プレイヤーのことだな。倉庫で鳴り
MP3?
響いてたあの賛美歌はパネルが倒れていく音を隠すためのものだったんだろう。
The inside of the warehouse felt even darker because our eyes were still used to the bright sunlight outside. Within that darkness, a loud hymnal blared throughout the warehouse at full volume. Hey, did you guys hear something? Yeah, it's really damn loud. Does Nagito like listening to this depressing crap? Now, I'm not talking about the music, and as if on cue, it suddenly started.
そうか。俺が気になった音ってパネルが倒れていく音だったんだな。
でも尾張さんが違和感を抱いたのってあの音だけじゃないよ
Did
ね。
they hear Nagito
今振り返
mumble?
ると倉庫の扉を開けた時もだよね。
It's fine, I'll open it slowly. No, that's not the problem. Seriously, it'll be fine. With those words, Akane brushed off everyone's warnings and slowly opened the door to the warehouse. Clatter, clatter, clatter. It's not opening. Is there something blocking the door? I can barely open it. I knew it, it's a trap. Seriously, just stop it, okay? Didn't I tell you it'll be fine? I just gotta use a little more force. What happened to opening it slowly? Akane ignored their protests and with a mighty kick the door flew open. Bam!
ああ、
あの時扉につっかえてたのが
What are they made of anyway? Wood?
そこで扉を開けたことによってドミノ倒し
I would
が
have thought
始まり
cardboard.
倒れていったパネルが最終的にはライターを倒して、
そうやってグッズ倉庫が火事になったはず。
なんか浮かねえ顔だな。
あの時尾張さんは言ってたよね。扉が少ししか開かないって。
パネルがつっかえてたせいだろ。
あの時の隙間ってさ、とても人とかが出入りできる隙間じゃなかったよね。
I guess.
それが何か問題なのか？
大問題だよ。だってグッズ倉庫の出入り口ってあそこだけなんだし。
If that door was the only entrance to the warehouse. I see. So the problem Chiaki is talking about is we couldn't take any merch. We couldn't see inside. The killer couldn't have left. They could have hidden inside. The killer couldn't have left.
そうか。扉が少ししか開かないくらいパネルを密着させておいたら、中にいた犯人も外に出られなくなるよな。
そういやそうだ。
じゃあ中に隠れてたんじゃねえか。
誰かだ？俺らは全員倉庫の外にいたんだぞ。
今までのパターンからすると、ここに何らかの仕掛けが使われていると。
難しく考えなくても、実はそれが可能な人は一
You
人だ
think
けい
it's
るんだけど
Nagito?
ね。
Because he was the only person inside?
それって
But if that's true, this murder...
日向さん、それはどなたのことですか？
The person who set up the domino effect inside the warehouse. There's only one person who could have done that.
これが俺の答えだ。狛枝だったとしたらどうだ？
なんで狛枝の名前が出てくんだよ。あいつは被害者なんだぞ。
彼はただの被害者じゃなかったのかもしれない。
は？
ただの被害者じゃねえってどういう意味だよ。
狛枝くんは被害者であると同時に加害者だったのかもしれない。
自殺ってことか？バカ言ってんじゃねえよ。てめえは忘れたのか？あいつが全身をめちゃくちゃに痛めつけられてたのをよ。あれが全部
Maybe the two things are not related after all.
でも狛枝くんだったらやりかねないよね。
そういう問題じゃねえよ。あいつは縛られてたんだぞ。いくら狛枝ほどの変
Well,
態だって
he had kind of lost it
自分の両手両足
too.
を全部縛るなんて不可能だろう。
そうだね。
おう、分かったならいいけどよ。
狛枝くんが自分を縛った方法については話し合う必要がありそうだね。
話し合う必要だ？そんな必要あるか？どう考えたって不可能じゃねえかよ。
If you say so. Like he said, it seems impossible if you think about it, but I feel like I'm overlooking something. He was not completely tied up, I guess. He had one arm that was not tied when we found him.
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて不可能に決まってんだろうが。
両足だけならともかく、さすがに両手は無理ですよね。
But there was one arm that
最後に
wasn't.
残った腕がどうしようもねえぞ。
少なくとも自分
を使えばいけんじゃ
Maybe
ない
that
か。
was here.
それか男の尻尾を使うんだ。
If you use your front tail.
下ネタかよ、下ネタなのかよ。
自分の両不可能に
両足だけ
Someone
な
to
らさすが
help?
に両手は無理。
最後に残った腕が
少なく
No, that's not it. Is there a way to tie your arms and legs by yourself? If so, I'd like you to explain it to me. Try demonstrating it right now. Shimatta!
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて
care.
それは違うぞ。
違うぞ。
ちょっと待ってくれ。その前提自体が間違ってるん
I'll
じゃ
get
ない
more
か。
coffee. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on a sec. Isn't that premise flawed?
何がだよ。だってあいつは間違いなく両手両足を。
いや、両手両足じゃなかったはずだ。右手のロープはすっかり燃えていた。あれだと縛られてたとは言えないはずだ。
Then again, one of his arms was literally
あれは火事のせいで
like
焼けただけだ
stabbed
ろ。
with the knife all the way through, so he wouldn't have been able to move that arm, I
火
guess.
事のせいで焼けた。確かにそう見えなくもないけど。
Or what if the fire was meant to make it seem like it burned
そう
away
見え
like
るように
that?
仕向けられた罠なんだ。それを示す確かな根拠だってあるんだ。
The proof that the burnt rope on Nagito's right arm is a trap. The duct tape, the lighter, his right sleeve, the knife in his right hand. Can I have another look at the? Well, I guess the right sleeve on the picture is not burnt. That could be it. Ah, there we go. We get a better look here. Nagito's right sleeve still looked clean. Okay. Yeah, so that's it.
そうか。あいつの右腕の袖の部分に注目してほしいんだ。ロープがあれだけ燃えているにもかかわらず、あいつの袖は全く燃えてなか
I'll
ったよ
let some
な。
of that free heat in. Hold on, just a sec. I'll be right back. There, it's not much, but that should help. Even though the rope was burnt up, his sleeve wasn't burnt at all, wouldn't you agree?
こんな燃え方、どう考えたって不自然だろ。きっとあのロープはあらかじめ焼き切られてたんだ。あたかも火事で焼けたと見せかけるためにな。
じゃあ駒枝くんの右腕は縛られてなかった
Hey
のね。
RNG, how's it going?
自由に動かせたんだね。
ああ、そのはずだ。
ひなた、すげえじゃねえかよ。俺の胸くらいなら触らせてやってもいいぞ。
おわりさん、そんな風に自分を安売りしてはいけません。ちゃんとお金をもらわないと。
いや、
Both are wrong.
わかったよ。触らせる前に諭吉をもらえばいいんだろ。
え？
そうじゃねえ。お前だの自作自演の話だ。
What?
だってよ。
Hold on.
右手のロープがなかったとしても、 その右手にはナイフが突き刺さってたん
I'm
だ
not
ぞ。
familiar with the expression. What does that mean? I'm sorry, English is not my native language, obviously. Wait, what? Hope you get to cop a feel. I know, okay, Benjamin. Yeah, okay, yeah, in that sense. Okay, yeah, money. Okay, yeah, okay. No, I didn't quite get the meaning immediately. Yeah, okay, she wants to get paid then. Yeah, okie dokie, RNG. Thank you for stopping by to say hello. Have a good one. I just gotta get Benjamin from him before I let him touch me. Yeah, okay.
右手で右手にナイフを刺すのは無理。ああ、そりゃそうだな。
騙したな、ひなた。すぐに諭吉を返しやがれ。
Not only did she try to charge me, now she wants the money back? What the heck?
待てよ。方法ならあるはずだぞ。
だったら聞かせてみろや。
しょうもないことだったら諭吉を万倍で返してもらうからな。
No. A way to stab yourself in your right hand using only your right hand. It's okay, there's definitely an answer to this. If he,
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか？
ナイフを上に投げて
that must have happened with the Monokuma dolls as well, no? Ah, but no.
右手に刺さったとは考
Wait,
え
hold
ら
on.
れませんか？
Blood on
ナイ
girder.
フ投げの達人かよ。
Monokuma panels?
何かにナイフを固定しておいて、そこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
Unless there is something about the plushies that I am missing right now. Well, this one appears to have been stabbed by the spear, if I had to say. But not by a knife. What was it then? Or is it a robot, not a plushie?
固定って何んだ？
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。その左手に右手が届くかは疑問だな。
If Nagito could only use his right hand to stab himself in the palm, then how did he do it?
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを
Maybe it
刺
is
せ
the
んのか？
plushie then.
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの達人かよ。
何かにナイフを固定しておいて、
それに賛成だ。
Cropped it somehow. I still don't see quite how.
等身大のモノクマぬいぐるみだ。あれをナイフの固定に使ったんじゃないか？
そっか。だからぬいぐるみのお腹にあんな穴が開いてたんだね。
You think so?
あの穴にナイフの柄を差し込んで固定する。で、そこに自分の手を振り下ろした。それならぬいぐるみを手元に置けばいいだけだ
So
し、
you're...
あのぬいぐるみの謎の出血にも理由がつけられるよ。
Ah, yeah, okay, I see how now. But that means that the knife doesn't really reach all the way through and into the floor below then. So his hand would still have been free, I suppose.
右手をナイフに振り下ろして刺した時の狛枝の血だったんだな。
なるほど。そういうからくりもあるか。
一瞬 マジでモノクマが死んだと思ったけどな。
血を出すぬいぐるみとか怖いよ。髪が伸びる人形レベルのオカルトっぷりだよ。
そうやってナイフを右手に刺した後で用済みのぬいぐるみを火元の方に払いのけたんだね。
うまい具合に火事で燃えてくれりゃ証拠隠滅にもなるって考えたんだろうな。
クズルーさん、それならどうですか？
右手の傷は分かったけどよ、まだ一番でけえ問題が残ってるぞ。狛枝の腹に刺さった槍だ。要はあいつは自分に槍を刺して自殺したってことだろ。
It had to have been tied to the girders in some way, and then it dropped. But how though?
順番的に考えれば致命傷になった槍が一番最後に狛枝に刺さったはずだ。だったらどうやったんだ？すでにナイフの刺さった右手で槍はつかめねえし、縛られてる左手で槍を扱うのも無理だろう。
じゃあ槍を先に刺したんだろ。そのまま我慢しながら右手にナイフを刺して。
我慢にも限度がありますよ。
That doesn't sound very realistic indeed.
あんなに太くて大きいものが刺さったらすぐに行ってしまいます。
If you got penetrated by something so big and thick, you would die instantly. Are we gonna get the reaction from Kazuichi to that phrasing? Yeah, I thought so.
すみません、よく聞こえなかったのですが。
ですからあんなに太くて大きいものが刺さったらすぐに行ってしまいますって。
あ、もう一回だけちょっと録音をするので。
おい、いい加減にしとけや。
確かにあの状態で自分に槍を刺すなんてかなり難しいね。ナイフが刺さった右手で槍を扱うのも難しいし、縛られた左手でも難しいとなると
無理ってことか。
So you're saying it's impossible?
だけど私にはどうしても狛枝君の死が他殺だとは思えないんだよね。
それは私も同感です。あんな風に残酷に殺す人がこの中にいるなんて私には信じられません。
信じられないっていうか、信じたくないだけでしょ。でもそうやって今まで何度も裏切られてきたよね。だったら今回も。
兄さんは黙ってるでちゅ。皆さんの邪魔をするのはルール違反ですよ。それ以上やるようならあちちにも考えがありますからね。
いやー、物見がぐれちゃった。
だけどモノクマの言う通りだよな。今まで何度も裏切られてきたわけだし、今回だってそうかもしんねえよな。自殺で一件落着なんて虫が良すぎるっつうか。
ではソーダさんは私たちの中に犯人がいるとおっしゃるのですか？
もちろん俺とソニアさんは除いてですよ。
ソーダ君の言う通り、確かに私たちはずっと騙されっぱなしだったよね。でもね、私はまた騙されたとしてもやっぱりみんなを信じたいんだよね。何度騙されたとしてもそれでも私はみんなのことを信じたいんだよね。
俺だって犯人なんていねえって思いてえけどよ、やっぱ自殺はありえねえだろ。
本当にそうかな。
けどよ、おめも言ったじゃねえかよ。あの状況で自分で槍を刺すのは無理だって。
難しいとは言ったけど無理だなんて言ってないよ。
Huh?
あの槍を自分に刺す方法ならなんかありそうな気がする。
It's the blood on the girder up there, I
それ
think.
はわからない。
わかんねえのかい。
私一人じゃ無理だからさ、みんなで力を合わせて考えてみようよ。今までだって そうやって乗り越えてきたんだし、
みんなで力を合わせて。
She's right. We've made it through several ordeals up till now by doing that. Then even now,
よし、やってみよう。
let's do this.
小前田くんはどうやって自分に槍を刺したのか、みんなで協力して考えてみよう。
Think I know where this is going.
槍が小前田さんに刺さった時、右手はナイフで塞がっていたのですよね。
動かせたのは
There's no blood on the inside of his left hand.
けどその左手も縛られてたぞ。
だったら左
I don't think it should be ruled
そ
out.
れは違うぞ。待ってくれ。まだ左手の可能性を除外するのは早い
Thank
ぞ。
you. That's exactly what I would have said. Yeah.
どうしてだよ。だって左手は縛られてたんだぞ。
ただあの左手にはちょっと気になるところがあったんだ。手のひらの血痕なんだけど、なんだか妙な血痕だと思わなかったか？血痕が付着してるのは手のひらの下の部分だけで、そこから先が不自然に途切れてたよな。
血が飛び散った時、そこまでしか届かなかっただけだろ。
He had it clenched around the rope or
手
something,
のひら
no?
の血痕の説明は
To get the
それ
spear
で
to
済むかも
fall
しれ
from
ない
the
けど、
ceiling.
不自然な血痕はそれだけじゃないんだよ。ほら、手の裏の指の第二関節あたりにも血がついてるんだよね。
確かに不自然な血痕だけどさ、それが何だってんだ。
Like he had a rope wrapped around his hand or something.
ちょっと想像力を働かせて考えて
Well,
みる必要
I
があ
can
るかも
imagine
ね。
it being due to that.
手のひらと手の甲にあんな風に血がつくってことは、血が飛んだ時の左手はどんな状態だったのかな。
He was gripping something and it was wrapped around his hand or something.
そうか。
For there to be no blood on
血が飛び散った
the
時
top、part as well.
あいつの左手は握られてたんだろうな。だから手のひらと手の甲にあんな不自然な形の血痕が残ったんだろう。
まさか自分の尻尾。
Was he grabbing his front tail?
そうじゃなくって、槍を握ってたに決まってるじゃないですか。
そういえば小前田くんの左腕って他に比べて傷が浅かったよね。槍を握る握力を残しておくためにわざと傷を浅くしておいたのかもしれないよね。
けど縛られた左手で槍を握ったところで自分に刺すのは無理だぞ。
I still don't think you would have had enough strength. That's right, that's the problem.
ああ、ナナミはどう思う？おい、まさか眠くなったりしてないよな。
こういう時はいい角度から叩けばいいんだよ。古いテレビと同じだ。
あ、ひらめいた。
マジで？
やっぱり小前田くんが槍を握ってたのは間違いないと思う。ただしその槍のどの部分を握ってたかが重要だったんだよ。
Which section of the spear was it holding on to? The cord, I'd say.
そう
I
か。
mentioned the rope, but
そうか。小前田は槍の柄の部分じゃなくて、そこから伸びた鞭の部分を握ってたんじゃないか？鞭の先
You
端
only
に
had to let
別の
go
振動がついてたんだけど、
and then the spear
血
fell
痕は
down.
そこにも付着してたんだ。しかも奮動と鞭の継ぎ目の部分
Yeah,
だけが
that's true.
途切れる
I
よう
forgot
な
about
形の
that
血痕
actually,
だ
but
った。
that's additional proof.
その途切れた部分の大きさってさ、ちょうど人の拳ぐらいの大きさじゃなかった？
ああ、そっか。小前田が左手で握ってたのがこの部分だったんだな。そんで本来はこの部分につくはずの血が小前田の左手の方についちまったんだ。
で、どうして槍のどの部分を握ってたかが重要なんだ。
鞭の先端を握って槍を振り回して自分に
Nah, it
刺した
was around the
とか言わ
girder,
ねえだろう
and
な。
that explains the stain up there too.
そこに全ての謎を解く手がかりがあるのですよね。そうですよね、ナナミさん。 すみません。そんなに都合よくポンポン謎が解けたりしませんよね。
Nagito was gripping the cord extending from the butt of the spear with his left hand, but from there, how would he stab himself in the stomach with the spear? The girder!
詰まってしまったようですし、ティータイムにでもしましょう
Tea
か。
time?
むしろこういう時はいきなり結果を求めないでその一歩手前から考えてみる作戦でどうだろう。
長い作戦名だな。
一歩手前というのはどういう意味ですか？
まず駒枝くんに刺さる直前の槍がどこにどういう状態であったのかを考えてみるんだよ。
どういう状態って。
Nagito was facing up and the spear was stabbed through his stomach. So if it's just before that... That's it, could it be? The set of the spear and the fact that Nagito was holding the tip of the cord attachment. If I put those together and think about it, I should be able to figure it out. Where the spear was and what state it was in before it stabbed Nagito. Here we go again. Where was the spear just before it impaled Nagito? Above Nagito. The yellow section. Okay. Hey, wait. Hey, what? Oh, I can't jump over? Nah, it seems like it's too high. This. I was trying to slip through. That's it. The spear's cord. Yellow here.
仰向けの駒枝に刺さった槍はその直前駒枝の真上で垂直になってたはずだ。
垂直って空中にか。
駒枝さんが一人でそれをやったとなると。
Yeah, yes, beef. Yeah, sure.
だったらすごいけど多分彼の真上にあった天井の梁を使ったんだと思う。
おそらく駒枝は天井の梁に鞭を引っ掛けそこを支点とすることで槍を自分の真上まで引っ張り上げたんだ。その状態で手を離せば槍は真下で仰向けになっている駒枝に突き刺さるはずだ。
天井の梁にうっすら赤い線が残ってたのが見えたけどあれはその仕掛けの時についたものなんだね。
きっ と無知の部分についてた血痕が天井の梁を通過した時についたんだろうな。どうだ、この方法を使えば狛枝が自分で自分に槍を刺すことは可能なはずだぞ。
マジかよ。本当にそんな方法で自殺したのか？
むしろそんな方法で自殺するためにあの槍を凶器に選んだんじゃないかな。あれが他殺だったらわざわざあんな槍を使う必要なんてないもんね。
俺も今回の事件を調べてる時に何度も疑問に思ってたんだ。どうして犯人はナイフと槍を使い分けたんだろうって。
そのトリックを成立させるためにはその槍である必要があったからってことか。
じゃあマジなのかよ。あいつが自殺ってのはマジなのかよ。あの全身の傷も全部あいつが自分でやったことだったのかよ。
しかも槍を握ったままですよね。
Yep.
致命傷になった槍は最後に狛枝さんに刺さったはずですから、狛枝さんは槍を握ったまま自分の全身を傷つけていったということですよね。
口のガムテープも自分で貼ったのか？
痛みで声を上げてみんなに気づかれないために自分で自分の口を塞いでお
Come
いた
to
ん
think of
だ
it,
ろうね。
actually, that could be a good reason.
そこまですんの？狂ってるってレベルじゃねえぞ。どうしてそこまでできんだよ。
きっと俺たちを間違いさせるためだ。
Or
自殺とは思えない自殺をすることで俺たちを間違った答えに誘導しようとしたんだ。
Or maybe he was just testing us. Like if you are all the symbols of hope that I hope you all are, then you either find the solution and that proves that you really were who I hope you were, and then you win, or you all die, but it's okay because you were not the symbols of hope anyway. I mean, it's the kind of twisted logic that he could have thought of, I guess.
あいつの目的は俺たち
Not
全員の時計だったん
necessarily,
だ
I
よ。
would say.
そのために自分をめった刺しにしたっての
I
か。
don't think so.
そんなに俺らを全滅させたかったのか？
No.
異常だ。異常すぎるって。
それが狛枝なんだよ。
Jeez, and I was starting to feel a little sympathetic toward him. How stupid of me. I completely underestimated his capacity for malice. A mind-boggling malice that threatens us even after he's died. That's the form of malice he took. His malice took. I had forgotten all about it until now. If he was here now, he'd probably be sneering at me.
ですが一つだけわからないことがあります。彼は裏切り者をあぶり出すとおっしゃっていましたよね。あの件はどうなってしまったのでしょう。
あいつはきっと
Maybe that's still
俺
part
の
of
こ
his
とを裏切り者
plan.
を殺すつもりだったんですよ。
でしたらなぜ最初からそうしなかったのでしょう。全員まとめてでいいのならあんな爆弾騒ぎで裏切り者を暴こうとしなくたって。
むしろあの爆弾騒ぎ自体がこのトリックの布石だったのかもな。あそこで俺らに手分けして爆弾を探させて誰にもアリバイがねえ状況を仕立て上げたんだ。誰が狛枝を殺してもおかしくねえ状況を作り上げたんだよ。
お互いを疑い合うように仕向けて、そんで自殺の真相を隠そうとしたんだな。
それだけのためにあんな騒ぎを起こしたのですか？
自分を痛めつけて殺しちまうような古代妄想野郎だ。ありえねえ話じゃねえだろ。
そうですよね。
どうやら決まりみてえだな。狛枝の野郎は自殺だったんだ。俺らを全滅させるためにやった自作自演だったんだ。
それでいいのかな？いいんだよな。
なんだよ、 まだ納得してねえのか？
いや、狛枝が自殺ってのは納得なんだけどさ、今一つピンとこねえ気がするっつうか、気のせいかもしんねえけどな。
What is it? Why? I mean, I sort of understand what she's talking about. I don't think it's a mistake to assume that Nagito committed suicide, but why do I feel so uneasy about it? Is it because we don't know who the traitor is, or...
結局どうすんの？もう投票タイムに行っちゃっていい感じ？
No!
どうなんだよ、終わり。
どっちにしろ狛枝が自殺ってのは間違いねえし、ま、俺の勘が外れることもあるわな。
そうですよね。今さら他の結論なんて考えられませんもんね。
じゃあこれで終わりでいいんだな。これで最後の学級裁判も終わりで、そんで俺らはこの島から帰れるんだよな。そんなハッピーエンドを迎えていいんだよな。
I think that would be too easy.
じゃあいいっすね。犯人が決まったってことで言っちゃっていいっすか？わかりました。では投票だ。
いや、ちょっと待ってくれ。
待てって、なんでだよ。
悪い、もう少しだけ待ってほしいんだ。やっぱりどうしても気になるんだ。
裏切り者の正体がですか？
けど今の問題は誰が狛枝を殺したかだろ。
それはそうなんだけど、
残ってる謎は裏切り者の件だけじゃないよ。どう考えても狛枝くんの自殺、確かにそうとしか考えられないんだけど、でもちょっと不安だよね。謎が残ってるのに投票タイムなんて。
おい、裏切り者だけじゃねえってなんだよ。他にどんな謎が残ってるっつうんだ。
狛枝くんの死に関係するもので一つだけ腑に落ちないことがあるんだ。しかも狛枝くんの力が及ばない、彼でさえ偽装工作ができないはずのところにね。
Something related to Nagito's death, and it's something that even he couldn't have messed with.
まだ続けんのかよ。せっかく終わったと思ったのに。
Something related to Nagito's death, a piece of evidence. Well, the Monokuma file, no? The victim is Nagito Komaeda. The victim was discovered, blah 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 blah. The estimated time of death is believed to be noon sharp. Not only is there a spear stabbed in his stomach, there are multiple stab wounds on each of his thighs.
そうか。それってモノクマファイルのことか？
そうなんだよね。
モノクマファイルに不審な点でもあったのですか
？Yeah, the victim is Nagito Komaeda. The body was discovered inside the warehouse near the Monokuma plushie factory. The estimated time of death is believed to be noon sharp. Not only is there a spear stabbed in his stomach, there are multiple stab wounds on each of his thighs. Furthermore, there is a laceration on his left arm and a knife impaled through his right hand. Is it the laceration? Like like you fought someone? No. Ah, okay. Oh. No! Ah! E A It's too much. There's too much going on. H. There's just too much going on. Or maybe if you sped up the speed of the cursor, I guess.
今回のモノクマファイルってさ、死因に関して明記されてなかったよな。
Yeah, we don't know what really killed him, yeah. Not only is there a spear stabbed in his stomach, there are multiple stab wounds on each of his thighs. Mm-hmm.
これって変だよね。今までは必ず死因について明記してあったのに。
ですが死因は一目瞭然でしたよね。狛枝さんのお腹を貫いた槍、どう見てもあれが死因に決まってますって。
It could have been bleeding to death.
書くまでもねえことだったから書かなかっただけじゃねえのか。
I mean, it may be all the woods combined that contributed to him losing so much blood that his blood pressure was so low that he could not survive. I don't know.
そのパターンですか。呆れ返って何も言えませんね。
でも前の田中君の時もその前の積木さんの時もそうだったけど、モノクマファイルにあえて書いてなかったことって決まってその事件の重要な謎になってたよね。
今回もそうだとおっしゃるのですか？
ちょっと待てや。じゃあ狛枝が死んだ件にはまだ裏があるってのか？やっぱり狛枝は自殺じゃねえとでも言うつもりかよ。
そもそも自殺って言い出したのはおめえらじゃねえかよ。
いや、狛枝が自殺ってのは間違ってないと思うんだけど、ただの自殺じゃないっていうか、ちょっと思ったんだ。あいつは本当に俺たちを皆殺しにするために自殺したのかって。
狛枝をかばうのかよ。
そうじゃない。俺が言ってるのは悪い意味でなんだ。
悪い意味？
あいつの悪意は俺たちの想像以上だった。それを思い出したからこそ気になるんだ。この程度でその悪意が終わるのかって。これくらいでたどり着けるような真実があいつが命がけで企んだ悪意だったのか。だって相手はあの狛枝なんだぞ。
面白いな。君は狛枝君のことを本当に
In his malice, yeah.
彼の悪意を信用するからこそ彼の悪意を疑い続ける。なるほど、それって新しい形の友情のあり方なのかもしれないね。
何が友情だよ。
で、みんなはどうするの？本当にこのまま投票しちゃうの？私は全員が納得するまで続けるべきだと思うけどな。
そうですよね。
念のためでいいんだな。仕方ねえな。こうなったらとことん付き合ってやんよ。
めんどくせえけど、おめえらがやるっつってんのに俺がやらねえわけにはいかねえだろ。
おいモノクマ、聞いただろ。投票は延期だ。
ここまで来たんだから最後まで頑張ろう。みんなの力を合わせればきっと大丈夫だよ。私はそう信じてるもん。
ジーン、素敵です。姫の皆さんは素敵です。そうです。皆さんの希望を一致団結させればどんな絶望だって怖くなんかないんです。
If all your hopes are united, no despair can shake you, huh? Now that I think about it, Nagito said the same thing. The absolute hope that can overcome any despair. He said he was yearning for that. And then the situation we're in might be the thing that Nagito wanted all along. No, never mind. I'm probably overthinking. I think that's exactly it. Why else would he sacrifice himself like this, I guess? Suspended? Oh, it's gonna resume after, right? Man, my heart was racing like crazy when I thought the voting time was gonna start, but what if you think about it rationally, there's no way it was gonna happen. We haven't done this bit yet. Most of the players probably figured that out too. You're the only one who didn't know. Isn't that right, Monomi? Yeah, how much longer are you planning to sulk? Let's get along like we always do. Alright, you passed. Friendship is measured by how long you can stand the silence when you're all alone with someone else. So, Monomi and I are the bestest of best friends. Don't say such stupid things. I hate you so much right now. Enough, why do I have to be hated that much? Besides the fact that you snap at me like that, I don't trust you at all, not even a teensy tiny 1mm bit. How sad. Distrusting your friend is much more shameful than being betrayed by that friend, you know? We aren't even friends in the first place. Then as your older brother, let me say this. You're not even my brother. It's sad to live a life without friendship. That's even sadder than watching a high school rom-com full of guys. Well, there may be some demands for that. I fell for it. I totally took the man bait.
で、力を合わせて何から始めるんだ？モノクマファイルに書いてない死因の件からか？
Okay, excuse me, I'm gonna use the restroom now, very briefly. Okay, excuse me. I'm here now. So if we're working together, where do we start? With the cause of death missing from the Monokuma file?
試しに一旦すべての先入観を取り払った上で話し合ってみない？最初からあのやりが致命傷になったって前提で話を進めてきちゃったけど、それ以外の可能性を確認しておいた方がいいと思うんだよね。
いろんな可能性って言われてもよ。
槍以外で致命傷の可能性があるとすれば右手のナイフぐらいですけど。
確かにひどい傷だったけど致命傷にはならないんじゃないか？
それを言ったら両足の刺し傷と左腕の切り傷なんてもっと違うよな。
いきなり打ち止めか？
でもなんかまだ見落としてる可能性があるような気がするんだよね。
だったら片っ端から思いつく限り上げてみようぜ。そうすりゃはっきりすんだろ。
Okay.
そうですよ。こういう時こそ力を合わせましょう。
A fatal wound that wasn't the spear. We don't even know if it actually exists, but if it does, we need to find out what it is no matter what. If it is something we haven't seen yet, I guess it might be something that doesn't leave any traces. Like the poison. Could be.
槍以外の致命傷を考えましょう。
It's not really a wound per se then.
それ以外の傷でもないんだよな。
それらの傷を全部まとめて出血多量で死んだってことはね。
Nah.
調子なわけないもんね。
見た目に残らない。
Yeah, you agree consent with it, or, well, consent. I don't even know why they use that word, but...
そうだ、その可能性を忘れてた。見た目には残らない方法って言えば毒殺って可能性があったよな。
Yeah? Ah, I was pressing the wrong button.
確かに見た目には残りませんけど、なぜ急に毒の話が出てくるのですか？
思い出したんだよ。狛江田のコテージを調べに行った時に妙なものを見つけたんだ。そこにあった冷蔵庫の中にモノクマ特製の毒ってのが入ってたんだ
For
よ。
poisoning use only.
それも毒殺専用の毒だってさ。そっか、そういえばそうだね。あんな不吉なものが事件に関係してないわけないよね。
もし死因が毒殺だとしたら、狛江田さんの体に直接的な傷は残りませんよ。
ただ毒殺だと体に特徴的な死斑が出ちまう場合が多いけどな。
へえ、さすが役には詳しいんだな。
どういう意味だ？
でもいくら市販が出たとしても体があれだけ血まみれになってたらさすがに気がつかないよね。
まさか自分の体に傷をつけたのはそれをカモフラージュするた
Doesn't
めだっ
that
たの
seem a
か？
bit too simplistic?
そういう可能性もあるん
It's
じ
a
ゃないかな。
possibility, I guess, but
けどよ、狛江田は両手が塞がってたんだぞ。
maybe it's something that is inhaled.
左手は縛られた上に槍を握ってたし、右手にはナイフが刺さってたんだもんな。
指向性の毒でしたら、その前に飲んでおいた可能性もありますよね。
いや、瓶のラベルにあった注意書きには即効性があるって書いてあったんだ。
じゃあ無理だろう。死ぬ直前は両手が塞がってんだからよ。
ここで硬くなる尻尾の登場だ。
おめえはその尻尾を過大評価しすぎだ。
Tch.
そもそもあいつの口はガムテープで塞がれてんだぞ。毒を飲むにしたって口に入れられねえじゃねえか。
どうやっても毒を飲めないなら無理かもしれないと見せかけて、まだ可能性はなくなったわけじゃない
Plus,
わ。
after he already taped his
あ
mouth.
るのか。
ねえよ、どう見ても槍で死んでんじゃねえか。
むしろこれだけ可能性が絞られたら逆に考えやすいかもしれないね。消去法大作戦だよ。その手がかりは毒の注意書きにあるはず。
Maybe? It is very dangerous when vaporized. In a gaseous state, it is heavier than air. It breaks down in minutes, and it is susceptible to hydrolysis. So it is possible for you to poison someone to death without any complications. You should think carefully and try to remember it. It's pretty far-fetched. But what if he put some in the water reservoir for the sprinklers, and then when it got vaporized from touching the flames, he inhaled it that way? But it's pretty far-fetched though. We'll see what the game suggests. Maybe this is where this is going. I'd say gas. It couldn't have been solid and it couldn't have been liquid either, I think. Yippee! Sometimes bits of the bits of the maze seem to appear in the distance like for a couple frames and then disappear, and they are not the bits that you are about to reach. I don't get it. Question 2. Through his nose, I guess, if it was gas. His mouth was covered, so... Ah, that's it, we made it. So it got vaporized and... like the label said.
毒を飲んだわけじゃなくて吸い込んだとは考えられないか？
吸い込んだ？
その毒薬の注意書きに書いてあったんだ。
This enchanted liquid is highly potent and takes effect immediately. Please handle with care. Though its volatility is low, this liquid is very dangerous when vaporized.
気化すると危険って。
To turn it into gas, I guess he would have used the sprinklers and the fire.
毒ガスか。それなら鼻から吸い込めばいいだけだ。お前だはそれを知ったんだな。
その毒ガスを倉庫の中で吸い込んだってのか？けど倉庫に毒ガスが蔓延してたんならどうして俺らは無事だったんだ？
Yeah, I guess I didn't think of that. Or maybe it is because of the sprinklers. But then how was it administered, I guess?
倉庫のスプリンクラーだよ。俺たちはあれのおかげで毒ガスを吸わずに済んだんだ。
Yeah, and it would have been pretty difficult, I guess, to find out how to put the poison in there because those pipes are probably connected to the whole water system. Yeah, no, it probably wouldn't have been that way. But it was turned into gas somehow, though, since we already know that. In the gaseous state, it is heavier than the air. It breaks down in minutes and it is susceptible to hydrolysis. Ah, yeah, that's what they mean by hydrolysis, then. It is possible for you to poison someone to death without any complications.
なるほど。水分解ですね。気体になった毒がスプリンクラーの水によって分解されてしまったのですね。
その上、毒ガスは空気より重いらしいから、立ってた私たちには影響しなかったんだろうけど。
逆に寝てた狛枝は思いっきり吸い込んじまうってわけ。
Yeah, that would have been why you had to be tied down, actually.
条件が揃うってことは、きっとただの可能性じゃないんだろうね。
あいつの本当の死因は毒殺だったんだ。あいつの全身の傷も腹に刺さった槍も俺たちをその真相から遠ざけるための。
Mate! He's gonna get interrupted, no?
狛枝が毒殺で死んだってのは分かったけどよ。
It's still a...
それがどうしたんだ？
He wants it to be over.
結局あいつが自殺ってのは変わらねえんだろ？だったらもういい
Did he
じゃね
have
えかよ。
something to do with it? He seems to be in a hurry to get things finished.
狛枝は自分が用意した毒を吸って死んだ。自殺ってのはやっぱ一緒だな。
まあこれですっきりしたじゃねえか。本当の死因もはっきりしたことだし。よし、 全ての謎は解けたはずだ。安心して投票タイムに入れんだろ。
いやだけど
なんだよ、まだなんかあんのか。
I mean, not all the mysteries have been solved yet. In the end, Nagito's motive is still unclear. Did he commit suicide just so he could kill every last one of us? Was that really his motive? Is that really okay?
おい、どうした？
Hey, what happened?
もう迷う必要なんてねえはずだぞ。
Not that stuff anymore, you know. Nagito's motive, Nagito's malice. Is this really okay? Can we really finish this here? No, that can't be.
共犯者がいたかも。
Huh?
ななみさん、今何とおっしゃったのですか？
狛枝くんが自分で持ち込んだ毒を吸って自殺したんだとしたら、どうしてあの現場にはそれらしきものが残ってなかったのかな。
それらしきもの？
狛枝くんが倉庫に毒薬を持ち込んだなら絶対に残ってなくちゃおかしいはずなのに。
If Nagito already brought the poison to the warehouse, then the thing that would have been left behind is the container. Yeah,
そうか。
like bottles.
それって毒を持ち運ぶための容器のことを言ってるのか？
持ち込んだ狛枝くんが自殺したならどこかにその容器が残って。
容器がねえと持ち運べねえのか？
ああ、それも注意書きに書いてあったんだけど。
Keep this liquid secure by storing it in a cool place in a glass or plastic container away from sunlight.
そんなのあん時の火事で燃えちまっただけだろ。
プラスチックかガラスの容器なんだよ。跡形もなくなるまでは燃えないよ。同じプラスチックで作られた消火弾の容器だってちゃんと破片が残ってたのにさ。
Oh, that's really twisted if it is what I think it is. We brought the poison. It was not an accomplice, it was us. Unless there was also an accomplice, but we brought the poison. We threw that at the fire, and that's how it got vaporized.
じゃあ誰かがその
No, the container is right there. Actually, it was us.
それで共犯者か。
そんなのありえませんって。だって共犯者なんていくらなんでも。
つうか、それすらどっちでもよくないですか？だって共犯者がいたところで狛枝が自殺したのは変わらねえわけだし。
そうだな。誰かが間違って現場から持ち出しただけかもしれねえしな。
ああ、そうか。そうだよな。そうに決まってるよな。
あ？そろそろ一件落着でいいんじゃね？もうどんでん返しなんていらねえって。
I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to get hurt anymore by hurting someone else. Everyone's tired of doubting everyone else. I also feel that way. That's why I want to just rule this as Nagito's suicide. If I do that, nobody here has to get hurt. But
それじゃあダメなんだ。
は？
あいつに狛枝に見透かされてる気がするんだよ。誰も犠牲にしたくないって理由で一番楽な狛枝の自殺ってだけで終わらせる。もしここに狛枝がいたらきっと今の俺たちをあざけ笑うはずだ。君たちの希望なんてその程度だったんだねってな。
狛枝くんのゴーストがささやいちゃうんですね。うっぷぷ、死んだ仲間の友情パワーが炸裂なんていかにも少年漫画的で熱くなる展開だよね。まあやっぱり歪んでるけどね。うるさい。本当に黙ってて。
てめえの
Why is she
言いたい
laughing?
ことはわかるけどよ。結局さっきの死因の件と一緒だろ。その容器の謎が判明したところで結論は何も変わらねえんだ。
だって自殺なのは一緒なんだもんな。
もし共犯者がいたとしてもわざわざ暴く必要があるのですか？さっきクズリュウさんがおっしゃったように誰かが間違えて持ち出しただけかもしれませんし。
でも真実から目を背けてそれで終われるとは思えないんだ。
もういいじゃねえか。知らねえ方がいいことだってあんだよ。それに俺らが気づかなかっただけかもしれねえだろ。 ほら、容器が消火弾の破片に紛れてたせいとか。
What is this feeling just now? Even though it was brief, it was like a strong flash of light running through the back of my head. Maybe what Akane just said just now might be a clue. Let me read it again then. And we probably just didn't notice it, like maybe the container was hiding with the fire grenade fragments. Yeah, okay, yeah, it pretty much spells it out for you. From there, I might be able to reach the answer. The way Nagito brought the poison, which means the thing he used as a container was... Fire grenade, yeah, probably. I need an E. Ah! Now I don't have... wait, it's a G I need now. Well, I'm gonna need an E after some time. That G. G, R. R. Damn it! R. Okay. Crying out loud. I need an E! N. A. Ah, but come on, it's never giving it to me when I need it. D. E. Give me an E. Give me an E. Where is it? There's none! Come on! Pisses me off, this minigame.
よし、わかったぞ。そうだ。わかったぞ。消火弾だよ。お前だは毒を消火弾の容器に入れて倉庫まで持ち運んだんだ。
Yeah, but that means that it could have been any one of us who killed him.
消火弾の容器を使った。
Yeah, that way it couldn't have been a suicide too, I guess.
そもそも毒が入れられてた容器は誰かにこっそり持ち出されたわけじゃなくて、最初から持ち出す必要のない容器だったんだ。倉庫に持ち込む際にあれと同じ容器に入れておけば、俺たちが使った他の消火弾と紛れるから後で容器を処分しなくても済むはずだ。
あいつ、俺らが消火弾を投げるのはお見通しだったのかよ。
ということは、狛枝さんは消火弾の中身を入れ替えたのですか？
ああ、そのはずだ。
私は最初にあの消火弾を見つけた時、少し調べておいたのですが、あの容器は蓋の下にさらにアルミで厳重に蓋をされていたはずです。
そんなの
We found one of these.
中身を入れ替えればいいだけじゃねえのか？
それはそうなのですが、ただ給湯室に
We found one of these things.
痕跡なんて。
ちょっと待って、アルミの蓋だって。
ひなたくん、それってもしかして。
だとしたら間違いない。やっぱり狛枝は消火弾の中身を入れ替えたんだ。
だからそれはねえってソニアさんが言ったばっか
She
じゃねえ
didn't
かよ。
open all of them.
そのソニアさんの言葉が根拠になるんだよ。毒薬と消火弾が入れ替えられたってことだね。
Sonia's words contain a clue that the contents of a fire grenade were swapped with the poison. That thing, yeah. A round piece of aluminum paper.
これで証明できる。見てくれ。 狛江田のコテージを調べた時、ベッドの下からこんなものを見つけたんだ。
ただのゴミじゃねえか。
Nope.
いえ、ただのゴミではなさそうです。私が見た消火弾の蓋もそれと同じような青いアルミでした。
消火弾の口に蓋をしてたアルミが狛江田の部屋に落ちてたのか。
それにね、
The cool thing about it
部屋
is
から見つかったのは
Monomi can't really blame anyone else
アルミの紙くずが落ちてたベッドの下から
because Monomi, I mean Monokuma, because he probably doesn't know either who threw the one that had the poison in it.
危険な
So
時だ
maybe
から
nobody can be blamed.
入れ替えの際に最新
Not
の
even
注意を払
Akane
ったんだろう。
or anyone like that, like I initially thought.
だからどうしたんだよ。狛江田が消火弾の容器に入れて持ち込んだ毒薬を自分で吸って死んだんだろ。結局あいつは自殺じゃねえか。だったらもういいじゃねえか。
それもそうだよな。容器を処分してねってことはさ、やっぱ共犯者なんていなかったってことだしな。
ほら見ろ、やっぱ結論は同じじゃねえか。狛江田は自殺。
Is it that simple
それ
though?
で決まりなんだよ。
確かに共犯者っていうのは私の勘違いだね。
そうですよね。
それよりもっと恐ろしい真実だったんだよ。
もっと恐ろしい真実だと。
おい、今度は何を言い出すつも
That
りだ。
we killed him? All of us?
まだ続ける
But
気か
that
よ。
means then that we can all leave?
さすがにもういいんじゃないですか。狛江田さんが自殺なのは間違いありませんし。
よくないよ。
なのに
ごめんね。でも気づいちゃったんだよ。
気づいたって何にだ。
狛江田くんが毒の持ち運びに消火弾の容器を使ったのは分かったけど、だったらそれが持ち込まれたのはいつなのかな。狛江田くんはその毒をいつ吸い込んだ
After
のか
we
な。
threw it.
そう考えてたら気づいちゃったんだよね。
それが恐ろしい真実ってやつか。
多分それは同時に行われたんだよ。
The moment the fire grenades were brought and the moment Nagito breathed in the poison were the same. Could that mean the same moment be when we all threw the grenades?
そうか。もしかして俺たちが消火弾を投げた時か。
そうだと思う。
That's when he died.
私たちは倉庫の火事を消火しようとしてみんなで消火弾を投げた時、毒は倉庫に持ち込まれ、そして毒ガスとなって狛江田くんを襲った。
だとすると毒を持ち込んだのもその毒を撒いたのも
One of us, but it's impossible to know
誰かってこと
which one, yeah.
この中の誰かが毒入りの消火弾を投げて狛江田を殺したってのか。
ちょっと待てよ。だったら狛江田は
自殺じゃないってことになるね。
なんだよそれ。言ったじゃねえか。狛江田は自殺だって言ったじゃねえか。
それなら
It's impossible to know.
狛江田を殺したのは誰なんだ。
誰が真犯人なのかってことだね。
わかるのか。
狛江田くんを毒殺した毒入り消火弾を用意したのって
Nagito himself.
誰だったっけ。
そうか。そんなの狛江田だろ。その話はさっきしたばっかりじゃないか。
じゃあその毒入り消火弾を投げるきっかけになった倉庫の火事を仕組んだのは
It was him once again.
そうか。それも狛江田だろ。
おい、同じこと何回聞いてんだよ。
次が最後だよ。今までの事実を踏まえた上で狛江田くんが倉庫に放火した理由は。
To make us do it. To make someone throw the poison, yeah.
そうか。もしかしてあいつは。 俺たちに消火弾を投げさせるために倉庫に放火したのか？
火を消させるために火をつけたってのか？なんでそんなことを？
罠だったんだよ。
罠？
毒を用意したのも、毒を投げるきっかけを作ったのも、何もかも狛枝くんの仕業だった。全部私たちの誰かに毒入り消火弾を投げさせるための罠だったんだよ。
だからその誰かってのは誰なんだよ。
それはわからない。きっと投げた本人
Yeah,
さえ
that's the whole
わからないんだよ。
point.
は？
まさかそれが狛枝の
Who
罠
was
な
the
の
trap
か？
for though? For us or for Monokuma?
誰かが故意に行った殺人じゃない。狛枝にやらされた殺人だったんだ。そのためにあいつは中身を毒に入れ替えた消火弾をあの中に紛れ込ませておいたんだ。誰にもわからない犯人を仕立て上げること、それが狛枝の本当の目的だったんだ。
なんだそりゃ。
狛枝さんは自殺ではなく他人を使って自分を他殺させたと？
そのために狛枝くんは
Yeah, okay, you don't have to spell it out 1,000 different ways. We know now.
毒入り消火弾もあの火事も罠。火元をカーテンに選んだのだってそう。あそこで私たちがカーテンに向かって投げた消火弾はどれも床に落ちてから割れていた。そのおかげで床に仰向けになった狛枝くんは空気より重い毒ガスを効率よく吸えたんだろうね。そして
待てや、そういうことならその毒が死因とは言い切れねえだろう。槍を握ってた手を離したのは毒のせいかもしれねえが、直接の死因がどっちだったかなんて。
だとしても槍を落とすきっかけになったのはその毒薬だったわけだから。
そうですね。その毒薬を吸わせた人物が狛枝くんを殺した犯人となりますね。
マジかよ。
それがあいつの罠だったんだ。自分の全身を執拗に傷つける自殺すらこの真相の偽装工作にしか過ぎなかったんだ。あいつの本当の目的は誰にもわからない犯人を作り上げること。推理だけではどうしようもない謎を俺たちに突きつけることだったんだ。
きっと自殺が偽装工作だとバレることまでは彼も想定してたんじゃないかな。解くことができる謎は結局解かれる運命にあるからね。けど彼はその先に解くことができない謎を用意しておいたんだよ。謎を解いていき希望を積み上げていったところで巨大な謎を叩きつける。解けない謎はないと思い込んでるお前らはそこで勝ってない絶望を味わうことになる。つまりあいつは今までの学級裁判の展開自体を自分のトリックの布石にしてたんだね。
Damn.
全ての謎が解けるとは限らない。ふふふ。狛枝くんらしいひねくれたトリックだね。
めちゃくちゃだ。そんなのめちゃくちゃだろ。
私のせいです。消火弾があるなんて言い出してしまったせいで。申し訳ありません。私を犯人にしてください。
I don't think it matters.
そういう問題じゃねえだろう。
Even Monokuma doesn't know who it is.
それも狛枝の悪巧みのせいっす。
で俺らはどうすりゃいいんだ。どうやって犯人を
Even
突き止めれ
Monokuma
ばいいん
can't
だ。
rule if an answer is right or wrong.
無理。その判断のつかない状況こそが狛枝の狙いだったんだ。だからもう
ですけど犯人がわからないのは物熊さんだって一緒ですよね。
そうだ。あんな監視カメラ程度でそこまではっきりと分かるわけねえって。モノクマが分かんねえなら裁判は無効だ。なあ、そうだろ。
あのね、監視カメラがどうとかそんなせこい話ではなくてですね、僕にはこの島のどこで何が起きてるか手に
So
取る
you
よう
say,
に分かるんですわ。 実際ソニアさんは昨日は3回もトイレに行ったよね。そのうち1回は大きい方の
That kind of detail.
やめてください。お妃に行けなくなってしまいます。
なんでそんな羨ましいじゃなくてとんでもな能力があるんだよ。
というわけなので、もちろん裁判は無効じゃありません。頑張って犯人を当ててください。
当てろって言われても方法もねえのにどうやって当てろっつうんだ。
諦めるしかないのですか？
諦めるのはまだ早いよ。
あるのか？犯人を突き止める方法が。
なんとなくだけど、もしかしたらそうなんじゃないかって可能性が一つだけあるかも。
本当か？
さ、もう一度最初から駒枝くんの犯行を振り返ってみてもいい？なんとなく浮かんだ私のアイデアが本当に正しいかちゃんと確かめてみたいんだ。だから日向くん、お願い。
That's right, it doesn't mean the trial is over yet. Even though I don't know who killed Nagito, it should be clear what kind of trap he set. Then I have to do it, even if it leads to despair.
わかった。じゃあやるぞ。
Oh yeah, we have to go through this. Hold on then, let me save. Before I make any mistake. Ah, but I can't. Okay, well, fine. His whole body wasn't tied up. No? Ah. This one? Ah, yeah. Okay, well, this one is already in use there, so there's no need to use it. So what is it? This one? Spears dangling? No. This one then. No? Oh, come on. But the spear is dangling is already in use here. Ah, okay. Alright, stock 2. This one's already in use. Sprinklers. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Gas mask equipped. That would have been earlier, right? No? What does it say here? In order to hurt myself? Ah, is this the one? Ah, yeah. Ah, but no, this one is already in use, so it has to be this one, I think. Oops, I let go of the cord. Ah, yeah, okay, so the spear actually pierced him after he had already inhaled the poison. Well, you know what? I had not that figured out yet. Only now. No? Remove the lid? I know he did that before. Yeah. Last stock. Okay. That's it.
これが事件の全てだ。今回の事件を仕組んだ張本人は被害者だった狛枝自身だったんだ。あいつはその計画のために必要なあるものを自分のコテージに隠し持っていた。オクタゴンから持ち出していたモノクマ特製の毒だ。狛枝はその毒を軍事施設にあった手袋とガスマスクを身につけた上でぬいぐるみ工場の給湯室から持ってきた消火弾の中身と入れ替えたんだ。その際にあるものが証拠として残った。それが消火弾の青いアルミの蓋だったんだ。そうやって毒薬入り消火弾を完成させた狛枝はそれを手に工場へと向かい、給湯室に大量に置いてあった消火弾の中にそれを戻したんだ。そして翌朝、俺たちの前に現れた狛枝は爆弾を別の場所に隠したと告げると、俺たちにその爆弾を探させている隙に自分はグッズ倉庫へと向かった。そこで狛枝は放火の仕掛けのためにモノクマのパネルをドアから一直線に並べた先のカーテンの前に火をつけたオイルライターを置いたんだ。そこから狛枝は自分が考えた狂気的な計画を実行していくんだ。まずネズミ以上から持ってきた槍の鞭の部分を天井の梁に通し、グッズ倉庫の奥に結びつけておいたロープで自分の手足を縛っていった。ただしそのロープのうちの一つだけは事前に焼き切ってあったんだ。そうやって両手両足が縛られたと偽装しつつ右腕だけを自由な状態にしておいた狛枝は天井の梁を通した鞭の先端をしっかりと左手に握らせておいた上でぶら下がる槍の下で仰向けの状態になったんだ。狛枝の狂気的な計画はそこからが本番だった。まず自分の口をガムテープで塞いで悲鳴を上げてしまわないようにしてから、自分の左腕や両足の太ももを次々とナイフで傷つけていったんだ。そして最後に ぬいぐるみに固定したナイフに自分から右手を突き刺したんだ。両手両足を封じられた上に拷問されて死んだんだと俺たちに思い込ませるためにだ。それでも狛枝はまだ槍を手放さなかった。あいつの計画はまだ終わりじゃない。むしろここからが本番だったんだ。その頃俺たちはぬいぐるみ工場でようやく狛枝のメッセージにたどり着いていた。そのメッセージを見た俺たちはすぐにグッズ倉庫に向かったんだけど、それは狛枝の思惑通りだった。そこでドアを開けたことがきっかけとなってドミノ倒しのトリックが作動し、そのまま薄暗い倉庫の中を倒れていったパネルはライターを倒し、そしてカーテンに火をつけた。突然の火事に驚いた俺たちはすぐに工場の給湯室から消火弾を持ってきた。そしてその消火弾を火元のカーテンめがけて次々と投げつけたんだ。その消火弾の中に狛枝が用意した毒薬入り消火弾があるなんて考えもせずにな。地面に落ちた毒薬は炎の熱で気化し、その周囲に充満していった。毒ガスはすぐにカーテンの裏側にいた狛枝の元まで届いた。しかもモノクマ特性の毒は気化すると空気より重くなる性質があったから、床に仰向けに寝ていた狛枝の付近はその毒ガスですっかり充満していたはずだ。そこで即効性のある毒を吸い込んでしまった狛枝は即死じゃないまでも気を失い、
And I guess if the poison didn't kill him and only made him unconscious, then the spear would have finished him anyway.
落下してきた槍によって腹部を貫かれてしまったんだ。これが狛枝の仕組んだ計画の全てだ。あいつの本当の目的は俺たちの中の誰かを犯人に仕立て上げることだった。その誰かは今となっては分からない。それは犯人でさえ自覚していない犯人
But maybe he meant for the traitor to kill him because he is the ultimate lucky student, so he would be extremely lucky that the one person who did it was actually the traitor, because it was all down to chance, I guess, who would pick it up, or unchance. Well, I don't know really. You can read into it one way or the other, I guess.
それが狛枝の罠だったんだ。犯人を決められないこの結末こそがこれが狛枝が仕組んだ罠の真相ってことになるはずだ。
どうなんだナナミ、犯人を突き止める方法ってのは使えそうか？
ナナミさん、
やっぱ無理なのかよ。
適当に投票するしかねえってことか？
今の話はどれも当たってると思う。だからこそちょっと疑問に思ったんだけど、本当に犯人は誰でもよかったのかな。前に狛枝くんが言ってたよね。
It's going to be fine. I'm pretty sure everything will work out in the end. After all, there is no way hope can lose. Absolute hope that can break through any despair can never lose in a place like this. And not only that, I believe in you all. I believe in the time we spent together.
彼のトリックの根幹を担っているのはその信じるって気持ちだったんだよ。
It's at the heart of his trick.
私たちならきっと消火弾に気づいてくれるはず。私たちならきっと消火活動を始めてくれるはず。私たちならきっと罠に落ちてくれるはず。狛枝くんはそうやって私たちを信じることで 命がけのトリックを実行に移したんだよ。
何が
You
信じる
mean
だよ。
believe?
でそれがどうしたんだ？
ほら、もう一つあったよね。駒枝くんが心の底から信じてたものがさ、それを思い出してほしいんだ。
He believed in the surveillance cameras. Hajime Hinata, no. Despair is talent, his own talent. He believed that he was lucky.
あいつが信じてたのはあいつが持つ超高校級の幸運の才能だ。
After all the time we've spent together, I believe in you guys. And more than anything, I believe in my ultimate luck. So it's definitely going to be alright. Yeah, he said so. Yeah, that's
最
true.
後の最後に信じられんのは自分の才能しかねえってことだったのかな。
別に珍しいことじゃねえだろ。ここにいるほとんどのやつがそうなんだ。
ただ、彼の場合は特にそれが顕著だったよね。ほとんど盲信的ってレベルじゃなかった？
そうだな。ドッキリハウスでファイナルデッドルームをクリアした時だってそうだ。
It wasn't life-threatening at all. It was just a little escape game that ended with some Russian roulette. Russian roulette? It's a game where you load one bullet in a gun, spin the cylinder, point it towards you, and pull the trigger. So you really did it. So that's how you're supposed to play it. So it would have been fine if I'd only used one bullet, huh? I guess it was just as Monomi said. Huh? I misunderstood and thought that I had to take one bullet out of the cylinder. That's how I did it. That you only had a 1 in 6 chance of surviving, but I'm still alive. After all, the only good thing about me is how lucky I am. And he did the same thing when the first killing happened at the old building near the hotel. He depended on his luck and was able to get cleaning duty just as he wanted. That's right, I just trusted my luck. I trusted I'd be picked for cleaning duty. You just relied on your luck. It's not just luck, it's true my talent is trash, but I'm still the ultimate lucky student, you know? I'm left with the red mark? For someone called the ultimate lucky student, you don't seem very lucky right now. At the time, Hajime said I wasn't lucky, but it was actually the opposite. I was lucky, that's why I got picked for cleaning duty just like I wanted.
でもあいつの運がどうしたんだ。今回の事件とは何も関係してないよな。
何も関係してないのが変だと思ってさ。私たちを信じる気持ちをトリックに組み込んでおいて、自分の運は組み込まないなんて。そんなわけなかったんだよ。だってあの駒枝くんだもんね。
あいつは何をしたんだ？
あのね、誰でもよかったわけじゃないんだよ。彼にはちゃんと標的がいたんだよ。犯人に仕立て上げようと狙っている標的がね。
標的って誰だよ。
その正体が誰なのかは駒枝くん自身にもわからない。彼はそこで超高校級の幸運という才能に頼り、その運を自分の計画に取り込んだんだよ。自分の幸運があれば狙った標的が毒入り消火弾を手にするはずだと信じて。
運任せの計画ってことですか？
そんなもんに命をかけたってのか。
運任せだからこそ命をかけたんじゃないのかな。
それって誰なんだ？
No, I don't even have to ask. I should already know what the answer is. The traitor.
そうか。そうか。裏切り者だな。
裏切り者だな。
狛江田は裏切り者を狙ってたんだな。
じゃああいつは裏切り者をあぶり出すために自分の運を頼ったってのか。
駒枝くんは最後まで裏切り者の正体を知らなかった。だから自分の運を頼るしかなかったんだよ。
じゃああいつがビデオメッセージで言ってたのは。
It won't work with just any student handbook. If you want to disarm that bomb, you have to use a traitor's student handbook. To be honest, I found out who the traitor was after secretly monitoring everyone's activity, but I was a little annoyed that they never came forward.
服部ってことかよ。
そうだろうね。あの時点でもう彼の計画は動き出してたはずだから。
Then it's just as Nagito said at the beginning. His purpose was to weed out the traitor. If we just believed in what Nagito said, we would have reached the answer much quicker. The reason this took so damn long, was it really because we didn't believe in him?
けど裏切り者をあぶり出すだけなら何も犯人に仕立て上げなくてもいいじゃねえか。さあ、おかげで俺らは大ピンチだぞ。
裏切り者を乗り越えてみせろってことだろ。
裏切り者の正体を暴いて、その絶望を乗り越えてこそ俺らの希望は輝く。あいつの言いそうなことだな。
モノミちゃん、言いたいことがあるみたいだけど黙っててね。
以上で私の推理は終わ
I
りだ
still
よ。
don't know where this is going though. Alright, I'll get some more coffee. I feel a bit wider awake now, but a bit more still could help. Alright. Ooh, watch out. Barely spilled coffee. Almost spilled coffee is what I should say. Come on. Excuse me. Got a message.
「狛枝くんの計画は裏切り者に自分を殺させること。どうする？みんなは私の推理を信じる？
He relied on his luck to aim for a target, but he didn't even know who he was aiming for. It sounds way too unbelievable to have actually happened, but...
信じるしかないだろう。
信じなきゃ今度はこっちが産んだよりで投票する羽目になっちまうもんな。
でも信じたからってどうすりゃいいんだ？だってその裏切り者がわかんねえんだったら投票のしようがねえじゃねえか。
そうですよね。今さら名乗り出てくるとは考えにくいですし。
もしあの爆弾騒ぎの時にさ、裏切り者が名乗り出てたらどうなってたの
He would
か
have
な。
survived.
狛枝くんもあんな無茶まではしなかったのかな。でもね、仕方ないんだよ。名乗り出たくてもできなかったんだよ。だってそんな風にはできてないから。
What? Created to do that?
何？
どうしたんですか、ナナミさん。しっかりしてください。
I guess that's why... I hate now that someone spoiled it to me. I guess she's the culprit because she's the traitor?
からね。私はみんなに当ててもらいたいん
Well,
だ。
she kind of gave us a hint there, so.
当ててもらいたい。
Well, besides, I could just keep guessing until I get it right, but I mean, it seems pretty obvious now anyway. But still,
どういう意味だよ。
the spoil kind of pointed it out for me too.
ひなたくんは誰だ
Excuse
と
me.
思う？未来機関の一員としてみんなの中に送り込まれた裏切り者って誰だと思う？
なんで？
みんなとは違うってことに疑問を持つことすら許されず。
なんで？
Not allowed to think that they're different.
裏切り者としてしかみんなと接することができなかった。
なんでなんだよ。
その人はそういう存在だから、そういう存在としてしか存在できな
What
い
is she
か
a
ら。
robot?
だからなんで？
裏切り者って誰だと思う？ひなたくん、お願い。
But it's her, I guess. Monami.
お前がナナミ？お前が裏切り者の正体だったのか？
ちょっと待ってください。
ああ、正解されちゃった。さすがだね。うん、大正解だよ。裏切り者って私なんだ。みんなの中に混じってた未来機関の人間ってね、私のことなん
You've
だ。
been so cooperative all along. Damn it. Why? This is, I mean, this nonsense is. Why? Why does this make sense?
おいナナミ、マジで言ってんのか？
ナナミさんが裏切り者だなんて嘘ですよね。冗談ですよね。
ごめんね。本当なんだ。
おい、なんで謝んだよ。
どういうことだよ。おめえは今まで俺らを騙してたのか？
騙されてなんていませんよ。だってずっと一緒に頑張ってきたじゃないですか。ずっと助け合ってきたじゃないですか。ナナミさんが裏切り者だなんて、未来機関なんて恐ろしい組織の一員だなんて、そんなの嘘に決まってます。
待ってください。未来機関が皆さんが思ってるような組
It's
織
weird.
で
I smelled like olive oil or something.
話してんだよ。
Like someone is cooking.
話すことなんてもう
Smells
な
good
いよ。
though.
なんでだよ。
だってもう犯人もその正体も分かったことだし、だからあとは投票タイムだけだよ。
待てよ。俺はまだ納得してねえぞ。
あなたが裏切り者だとおっしゃるなら、ちゃんと納得のいく説明をしてください。納得しないまま投票なんてできないってさっきナナミさんも言ってたじゃないですか。
なあ、おめえが本当に裏切り者ならどうして自分から名乗り出るような真似をしたんだ？
おかしいよな。いきなりこのタイミングで名乗り出てくるなんてよ。
確かにおかしいよね。むしろどうして私にそんなことができたんだろうね。多分どうしてもみんなを守りたかったからかな。
Hmm?
ねえ、
That's
ひ
how
な
you're a
たくん、
traitor?
ちょっと頼んでもいいかな。
頼む？俺に？
私が裏切り者だってことを証明してほしいんだ。
How do I do that?
何言ってんだよ。なんで俺がそんなことを？
何もかも話してあげたいんだけどさ、やっぱりそうはいかないんだよね。
Mm.
だからお願いするしかないんだ。私は君にお願いしたいんだよ。君ならきっとそれを証明できるはずだから。
できるとかできないの問題じゃない。分かってるのかよ。そんなの自分を殺してって言ってるのと同じだぞ。
Is that it? Because it's the only piece of evidence that I haven't used yet, I guess. Ah, but no, Monokuma's account is in there too. Yeah, there are multiple things in there, actually, that I never used. At the time, Monomi was apparently peeking at the whole thing. Monokuma knew all along that the bombs were fake. Blah 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 blah.
そんなの俺にできっこないだろう。
本当にごめんね。でもこれしか方法がないんだ。だからお願い。
やるだけやってみるしかねえみてえだな。そいつが裏切り者だなんて信じたわけじゃねえが、確かめねえわけにもいかねえもんな。
いっそのこと化けの皮でも剥がれてくれたら俺らも納得できるんだけど。
化けの皮なんかありませんよ。だってナナミさんは裏切り者なんかじゃないもん。
モノミちゃん。
へへへ、お会いにくちゃまでしたね。私はね、そんな女の仲間なんかじゃないですよだ。そんな女のことなんか何にも知らないですよだ。
ねえ、それでかばってるつもり？下手くそだな。
私はいつも一人ぼっちで仲間なんてどこにもいないし。だからナナミさんとも何も関係ない
What is she doing?
日向くん、頼まれてくれるよね。
Damn it.
ナナミさんなんか仲間じゃないやい。
Yeah, so Chiaki is her friend. And she doesn't hate Chiaki. Monomi and Chiaki's relationship, proving it here is that the only way? Well, yeah, using the Monomi's book. Why do I keep missing? Come on! I hate this thing! Monomi's notebook.
これで終わりだ。狛枝のコテージを調べたとき、俺が見つけたウサミのマークが入ったノート、あれってお前のノートだよな。狛枝がお前から盗んだノートなんだよな。
知らない。
まさかそこに裏切り者の正体が書いてあったのか。
はい、そういう展開になると思ってちゃんと持ってきましたよ。
いつの間に。
そのノートよこしやがれ。
Day 1, I was able to talk to everyone for the first time today. Monokuma showed up and things turned bad. Byakuya is the leader. A lot of things happened today, so everyone's tired.
なんだこれ。モノミの絵日記か。
どこに裏切り者の正体が書いてあんだよ。
きっと狛枝もそれを期待してこのノートを盗んだんだろうな。でもこのノートから裏切り者の正体はわからない。もちろん狛枝にだってわからない。だし、俺だけは別なんだ。
おめえにはわかるってのか。
今になってようやくだけどな。
No, the truth is I might have already known the moment I found this notebook. It's just I wanted to turn my eyes from the truth it contained. But now I clearly know. I can't help but know.
そもそもそれは物見の日記なんかじゃない。物見は字が書けないらしいんだ。
じゃあこれを書いたのって
物見とつながってる誰か、つまり 裏切り者と考えて間
So
違
you
いない
can
は
probably
ずだ
deduce from what is written in it, even if the traitor is
と
not
する
called
と
by name in
こい
it.
つは裏切り者から物見に当てた報告書みてえなもんか。
俺らの行動を監視して物見に報告してたって証拠だな。
ですが、そこからどうして裏切り者の正体がわか
From
るの
what
です
that
か？
person has experienced and is telling through these lines.
それは俺とある人物しか知らないはずのやりとりがここに
Yeah,
書か
there,
れていた
something
か
like
らなん
that.
だ。
The topic we discussed in that entry. The final dead room. Yeah,
その
I
ノート
remember
に
the
は
page where this
こんな
was
記述があったんだ。
specified. Because there were only 2 of them, I guess. We've been in the fun house for 3 days. Everyone's hungry and on edge. Hajime tried to go in the final dead room, yeah.
その通りなんだ。確かに俺はファイナルデッドルームに入ろうとした。でもそれを知ってるのって
If I win the life-threatening game here, I'll be able to go to that octagon place, right? That's where the exit should be. I did it. I finally did it. I finally figured out where the exit is. I can get out. With this, I can finally get out. You can't do that. You shouldn't go in there. You won't find what you're looking for.
そうなんだ。それを知ってるのはナナミだけなんだ。だからこんなことが書けたやつなんてナナミ以外には考えられないんだよ。
何かの間違いです。だってナナミさんが裏切り者なら、今までナナミさんと一緒に過ごしてきた時間は何だったんですか？あれも全て偽りだったというんですか？
ソニアさん、
ナナミさんはモノクマさんに操られているんです。だからみんなで助けてあげましょう。
俺だってまだ納得してねえぞ。だっておめえが裏切り者なら爆弾を見つけた時にあんなことするわけねえんだ。
It's really stupid to be fighting over something like this. And so, with an annoyed expression on her face, Chiaki walked over to the bombs without saying a word, took her handbook out of her pocket, and without hesitating swiped the card reader. Looks like it was wrong.
そういや、ナナミは
Yeah,
真っ
true.
先に
You know what? I
自
had
分の
completely
生徒手帳を
forgotten about that,
カードリ
because
ー
if
ダー
I
に
did
通して
remember,
た
I
な。
would not have designated her, because it would have been the only person that it couldn't have been.
裏切り者の生徒手帳だけに反応するって言われて真っ先に試すなんて。
ありえねえだろ。裏切り者ならもっと警戒してるはずだぞ。
きっとナナミは爆弾が偽物だって知ってたんだ。
Yeah.
狛枝の罠もハったりだって分かった
Because
んだ。
Monomi was observing Sonia. Sonia's account is probably the next one. I was looking at it
そ
earlier.
んなの絶対に違いますって。どうして日向さんはそんなことを言うんですか？そんなにナナミさんを裏切り者にしたいんですか？
そんなわけないだろう。
私は信じません。ナナミさんが裏切り者だなんて絶対に信じません。だってそんなわけがないんです。
I don't want to believe it either. I don't want to believe it, but
でもそれじゃあ誰も救われないんだ。
it's Sonia's account. No? Yeah, there it is. That's probably it.
ナナミさんは裏切り者じゃありません。
It's something about her not being able to
爆
know
弾の解除を試
that
し
it was a
た
fake bomb.
ナナミは真っ先に
裏切り者ならするはずだ。
あの爆弾がかどうかはナナミさんにわからなかったはずです。
Yes, there was a way.
あの時点で偽物だと知っていたのは実際に
No, Monomi would have known too.
そうじゃないんだ。違うだろう。あれが偽物だって知ってたのはソニアだけじゃなかったはずだ。軍事施設の爆弾が偽物だと分かった時、そこには物見もいた。
Yeah, she can be seen on the
お
left
前自身
hand
がそう言ってたはずだぞ。
corner.
そうなんですか。 ソニアさん。
ナナミはそれを物見から聞いたんだ。だから爆弾が偽物だってことを知ってたんだ。
バレちゃったから白状するとね。偽物だって知ってたのにみんなに言えなかったのは、私がそれを言っちゃったら物見から聞いたっていう経緯まで説明しなくちゃいけなくなるからだよ。
聞きたくありません。
Uh-oh. Oh no.
いいです。それ以上言わないでください。私はもう嫌なんです。もう誰も疑いたくありま
What
せ
do
ん。
you want me to say this time?
ソニア。
それに爆弾が偽物だと知ってたからって。だからってその人が裏切り者だなんて。
Yeah, Monokuma's account hasn't been used yet. What does it say again?
爆弾が偽物だと知っていても。
He knew all along that the bombs were fake, however, he apparently never revealed that fact to anyone. Okay.
ナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それが証拠になるのなら私だって疑われるべきです。
Okay.
私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
I'm out of stamina or whatever. Sonia, she's panicking pretty badly. I won't have enough words if I counter her right away. It might be best to wait for Sonia's words.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていてもナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それが証拠になるのなら私だって疑われるべきです。私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
Why can't I use it again? Let me use it, damn it.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていてもナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それが証拠になるのなら私だって疑われるべきです。私も偽物と
Why is it not letting me swing? Why? Because I have a limited amount of cuts?
爆弾が偽物だと知っていてもナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。
I have 9 left.
それが証拠になるのなら
I have 5 left.
私だって疑われるべきです。私も
I
偽
have
物
zero
と知っていたのですから。
How am I supposed to do this? I don't have enough.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていても
16 left.
ナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それが証拠になるのなら
I guess the direction I cut it counts too.
私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
Okay, the direction of the cut is important. You know, I didn't realize until now.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていてもナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それが証拠になるのなら私だって疑われるべきです。私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
I've run out of cuts before the end. You guys can't see it, there's a cut counter at the bottom right corner of the screen.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていても
16 left.
ナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。
10 left.
それが証拠になるのなら
6 left.
私だって疑われるべきです。私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
I only have 2 left at most by the end.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていてもナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それが証拠になるのなら私だって疑われるべきです。私も偽物と知ってい
At
たのですか
most,
ら。
I can slash twice at the final one.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていてもナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。
I have to do that so I can slash multiple ones at a time.
私だって疑われるべきです。 私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
Okay.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていても、ナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。
Okay.
それが証拠になるのなら、私だって疑われるべきです。私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
Okay. There we go. I've done it.
偽物と知ってることが重要なんじゃない。誰にそれを聞いたかが重要なんだ。
Monomi.
そうだ、物見に聞いたってことがだ。
あの爆弾が偽物だと知っていた人は、私と物見さんの他にもいたはずです。それは物熊さん
It
です。
couldn't have been.
先ほど物熊さんを島のことなら何でもわかる。
No, 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 no. Ah! I changed the sword. Silly.
あの爆弾が偽物だと知っていた人は、私と物見さんの他にもいたはずです。それは物熊さんです。
Okay, don't change it.
先ほど物熊さんはおっしゃって島のことなら何でもわかると。
Isn't that it? Ah!
あの爆弾が偽物だと知っていた人は、私と物見さんの他にもいたはずです。それは物熊さんです。先ほど物熊さんはおっしゃってましたよね。島のことナナミさんは物熊さんからあれが偽物だと事前に聞い。
Okay, I found it.
そうだな。モノクマなら爆弾が偽物ってことくらいは知ってただろうな。だけどモノクマは誰にもそれを話してなかったはずだ。
Then where did Nagito obtain the bomb he used? I wonder if I'm gonna give you guys a hint. A guy's hint, rather, then you should know it wasn't from the military base. To tell you the truth, the bombs there are all fakes. I know that already, you should have said so earlier. What I thought if I kept quiet, it would foreshadow that a killing was gonna happen. That's why I'm just now telling you for the first time. Phew, I feel relieved.
そんなのモノクマさんが嘘をついてただけかもしれないじゃないですか。
いや、こういう時のあいつは嘘なんてつかない。そんなことはお前だって。
ひなたさんはナナミさんよりもモノクマさんを信じるのですか？
そうじゃない。
それによ、ナナミが裏切り者だったとしても本当にそいつに投票していいのか？要はそれって狛枝の運を信じるってことだろ？
そうじゃないんだ。
あいつの運に乗っかれってのか？あんな奴に俺らの命を預けろってのかよ。
狛枝なんて信じられるわけねえだろ。
そうじゃないんだって。俺たちが信じるのは狛枝でもモノクマでもない。俺たちはナナミを信じるんだよ。裏切り者がどうとかそんなことは別にどうだっていいんだ。裏切り者がナナミだったとしてもそんなの俺の知ってるナナミじゃない。俺が信じるのは今まで俺たちと一緒に過ごしてきたナナミだけだ。そのナナミが命がけで俺たちを守りたいって言ってくれたんだぞ。だったらそれを信じるしかないだろう。そうでなくちゃ誰も救われないじゃないか。
ちくしょ。
ねえ、ちょっと聞いてくれるかな。悲しむ必要はないんだよ。だってこれは今までのとは違うもん。みんなは今までみたいに誰かを疑って生き残っていくわけじゃない。みんなは私を信じて生き残っていくんだよ。
あなたを信じてあなたを犠牲にしろとおっしゃ
It's
るので
getting
すか？
dark in here already.
そんなの残
I'm
酷
gonna
すぎ
turn
ま
on
す
the
よ。
lights.
ごめんね。
千秋ちゃん。
ものみちゃんもごめんね。 なことになって、きっといろんな人からすごく怒られちゃうよね。でもね、私はどうしてもみんなを守りたかったんだ。それに、そうできることが嬉しいんだよね。
Yeah, right.
正しいか正しくないかは私が決めることじゃありません。ただあなたがそんな風に思えたことはとってもすごいことだと思います。奇跡なんて呼べるかもしれないですね。
ねえ、さっきから何を二人で話してるの？みんなポカーンってなっちゃってるじゃないの。
分かってるよ。投票タイムでしょ。
ななみ、
心配しなくても大丈夫だよ。私を信じて、私に投票して。
くそっか。
なんでこうなっちまうんだよ。
Yeah, I didn't perform very well on that last one, sadly. Yeah, and these coins are pretty useless now. It's not fair. I feel the same as everyone else. There's no way I can agree to this. Emptiness, loneliness, sadness. But most of all, I'm ashamed of my weakness. But even so, I have to move forward. If we believe in the person who's urging us forward, then we have to start walking, and believe with as much hope as possible in what lies ahead. What do you have to select Chiaki then? Damn. And I hate that I was spoiled that she was gonna die. I wanted her to live. Man, I pooped. Let's go ahead and announce the result. The traitor from the Future Foundation and Nagito Komaeda's killer is Chiaki Nanami. Are you serious? That was correct? The fact that Chiaki was a traitor, the fact that Nagito's crime depended entirely on his luck. Everything was true. Plus, that means that bastard managed to pull it off. Yep. This is voiced. Stupid, we're not celebrating at all. Chiaki, let me ask you one more time. Are you really part of the Future Foundation? An agent of the organization that brought us to this island? Is that really your true identity? Cannot believe it. Even though I do not want to believe it. There is no choice but to believe, right? It would have been better if I could have said it sooner, but I couldn't say it no matter what. I can't betray the Future Foundation. Can't betray? Even if you want to fly, you can't, right? Even if you want to swim where you please, you can't, right? It's the same for me. Due to the nature of my existence, I will never be able to betray the Future Foundation. She's a robot and she's programmed that way, or what? What the heck? But in the end, you did something similar. What you did is no different than sharing your secret yourself. You're right. Now is not the time to be laughing. Strangely enough, I don't have any regrets. In fact, I'm somewhat happy. I was able to think I wanted to protect everyone. That's why I feel proud of my actions. You're still saying things I don't get, but if we ask you anything, you're just not gonna answer, right? Like if we ask why you were in the Future Foundation and stuff. Even if you were a traitor, you never betrayed us. Chiaki, you will always be our friend, even now. We don't blame you for this, that's why you don't need to apologize. So the traitor was revealed and Chiaki lost. In the end, it all went according to Nagito's plan, huh? About that, was that really Nagito's goal? Is it really okay to say he was trying to find a killer and eliminate them? If so, isn't it strange? Strange. I mean, we nearly lost, right? And if Chiaki hadn't said anything, we definitely would have lost. You've raised a good point, that's exactly it. Even though Nagito said he would weed out the traitor, he never said he would kill the traitor. Well, no, because Monokuma will kill the traitor, I guess. Congratulations! You successfully stopped Nagito's plan. I mean, Nagito's plan was to reveal the traitor and kill everyone else besides the traitor. Nah, I don't think that was the case, necessarily. I don't know, it's kinda hard to believe. Kill everyone else besides the traitor? That was Nagito's goal?
Huh?
Why would he do something like that? Of all the... to form a plan that only the traitor would survive? Is that bastard really that twisted? It's okay. Okay, what? I mean, it's not just Nagito's fault. If the circumstances had been different, he probably wouldn't have taken things so far. You really are a kind-hearted person. You think so? I wonder where you got your personality from. We are a dad and our big brother, don't you think? Hey, don't go talking about your family all of a sudden. That's totally ripping off Teru. Then I cannot lose to Chiaki! Just like Chiaki and everyone else, even if I know it's a fight, I cannot win. I must try to retaliate. Eh? Retaliate? She self-destructed. What's going on? Monokuma like die. I'm not dead. Wow, a new one fucking came out. Man, that surprised me. If only I didn't have a spare, I would have died. She has spares too, I guess. Who was it again in Dragon Ball Z who self-destructs himself to try to kill someone? Is it Kuririn? I'm not sure. Who was it again? No, it's, oh man. The little dude who is always with the Cyclop guy. Oh, what's Tenshinhan and who is the little one? Who's the little one again? Chaozu? I think it is. Yeah, Chaozu. Yeah, I guess, yeah, he self-destructs himself to try to take out someone. But I can't remember who that is, though. Who is it again? It's gonna bug me if I don't find it. Nappa? Was it Nappa? Yeah, it's Nappa. But it doesn't work, though. Hey, not yet. Seriously, stop it. If you don't stop right now, it's all going to be destroyed. Of course, I'm doing it so you'll all be destroyed. I will be the one to protect my students. I will protect them with my life. Monomi, you. Now then, how many of you are still there? You might as well come out all at once. How many? Not that much. Just around 10 to the 60th power. What did you say? That's more than 1 million. That would be 10 to the 6th power, I guess. 1 million. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, 1 billion, 1 trillion, 1 quadrillion. Jump ahead. Yeah. That's 10 to the 60th power. After all this, you're still joking around. You sure have quite a daring spirit. Except I'm not joking. Don't give up, Monomi. He's just trying to get you to give up. While you're doing this, my clones are continuously and endlessly created in the Monokuma manufacturing facility. Those were just stuffed animals. That's right. I checked them with my own hands. They're just plushies. You're just bluffing. Monomi, finish him off. Even if it's just a plushie, as long as you give it Monokuma's personality, it becomes a fully developed Monokuma. What did you say? There's no way that's possible. That's not even magic. Could it be? Have you already obtained that much power? Hold on, if you bring up magic so suddenly, we're gonna be so confused. Unless you mean magic in a technological sense, we won't understand this at all. What's going on? Don't tell me. They're not gonna call this magic or something. Well, I don't care how you interpret it.
結局物見が命がけで何をしようとナエタの軍勢を持つ僕は痛くも痒くもないんだよ。お前の命がけなんて所詮はその程度の価値しかないんだ。どう？この圧倒的な絶望、クラクラしてワクワクしちゃうでしょう。おやおや。
And how many Monomis are left to challenge my army of 10 to the power to the 60th power? You don't have to say anything, I know. Let's see, you just have 10 more left, right? I know everything, I am the conqueror of the new world. I won't give up, even if I have no chance of winning. It's okay, Monomi. It's not about giving up, you know. Let's believe in them. Let's believe in everyone, and leave the rest to them. Oops. Damn it, what the hell is going on? I do not know for certain, but the only thing I can say is Monokuma is an enemy of the Future Foundation. Does that mean there's another organization that's our enemy besides the Future Foundation? We're in this situation because we're caught up in a dispute between these two organizations. Well, isn't one World Ender and the other one Future Foundation? Aren't they just two opposing factions? Okay, that's it. Let's just leave that talk for later. It's punishment time. Yeah. Figures. Hold on, just a little more time. To wait or not to wait, that is the question. But which will cause more despair? That's the real question. If you think about it, you'd know, right? There's no way I'd wait. But I haven't. I'm sorry, Hajime. Regardless, there's nothing else I can say. I'm not allowed to say anything more than I already have. Not that I... for Monomi too. Why even Monomi? It's just a 2-for-1 special. I could have killed that thing anytime I wanted since she's not a student. And also I don't need anybody that will define me anymore. And also, I remember now. I am an only child. What is that? It's okay. Even if I'm here, I'd just be a burden anyway. And not just that. I've decided to believe in everyone. You guys, I'm sorry about so many things.
いろいろとごめんね。騙すような真似して。ごめんね。最後まで守ってあげられなくて。ごめんね。
最後に一言だけ先生っぽいことを言わせてください。英雄になる必要なんてないんですよ。無理に誰かに認められなくてもいいんだからね。そんなことで自分を責めたり、他人を責めたり、そんで誰かに嫉妬したり。でもね、そうじゃないんです。他人に認められなくても自分に胸を張れる自分になればいいんです。だって自分自身こそが自分の最大の応援者なんですから。そうやって自分を好きになれば、その愛は一生自分を応援し続けてくれますよ。ラブラブ。
バイバイ。みんな大丈夫だよ。輝かしい未来はいつだって君たちの前に広がっているから。本当だよ。絶対だよ。だって私にはわかるんだもん。
バイバイです。皆さん、先生のこと忘れないでくださいね。
Yeah.
では、張り切っていきましょう。お仕置きタイム。
There we go. It's happening. Yeah, I was wondering how they're gonna play this out. The MCA. The MCA. The Space Invaders. Nah, actually, none of the videos on my YouTube channel have been claimed yet for this game. Well, it's no use running away, I guess. Pseh. Okay. No, Chiaki! Well, Tetris, I guess. Not quite. 3 lines. But was she a robot or a human being in the end? It was kind of unclear. Even until the very end, I couldn't look away from Chiaki's final moments. Without realizing it, I had fallen to my knees. A feeling of powerlessness spread throughout my body. It's over. It just had to end. Before I could ask what I needed to ask, before I could say what I needed to say, Chiaki vanished before my eyes. And I couldn't even tell her thank you. If I had said that, would she have been comforted a little? As she was executed as a traitor, would she have been comforted a little? I don't know. My chest just hurt. Good gracious, that was such a big surprise. As for Chiaki, she regularly took on the role of point man during the class trials, as did Nagito too. And not only was she the traitor, she was Nagito's killer too. Oh well, don't worry about it. There won't be any more situations where you'll need to rely on them. Wait, does that mean... Now that the annoying rabbit is gone as well, all of the obstacles that have been keeping us stuck on the island are completely gone. Are you serious? We can really leave this island? Yeah, but would you want to go back to whatever is out there though? Yep, congratulations. With this, I shall announce the end of the killing school trip. For you 5 who've survived up until now, I shall give you the right to graduate. Thank you for all your hard work. Are you really okay with that? What do you mean? There are still 2 days left. If you were acting like your usual self, you would be setting things up so another killing happens right away. You're right. Stop it, what are you saying? What if Mr. Monokuma changes his mind? Also, you said you 5, like you were emphasizing that part. Does the number of people matter more than the remaining time? That's why you're saying it's the end already. That's why you're saying it's the end already, even though there are still 2 days left, right? It matters that there are 5 people left. Are you planning to make a volleyball team? Yeah, right. But come on, you need 6 people for volleyball. Don't stay quiet, say something. What's your actual purpose? You're our enemy and an enemy of the Future Foundation, so what's your true identity? If the Future Foundation is the world ender, then I will end the new world that the Future Foundation has created. Huh? Well, you'll just have to look forward to the rest after the countdown ends. That timer has almost reached 0. If it reaches 0, everything will end. The Future Foundation's lame plan will be nothing but toilet bubbles. And when that time comes, you'll know everything. You'll see all of your questions answered in one go. And then you guys will find out for yourselves just how messed up this new world is. Huh? A new world? Don't go saying new shit all of a sudden. Well, just think of the remaining 2 days until the countdown reaches 0 as a bonus. While you're at it, you should enjoy your life on this tropical island to the fullest. Because once you leave this island, your hopeless lives back home will be waiting for you. Monokuma's boisterous laughter carried on for what felt like forever. Our questions, our worries, our sadness were simply ignored. The laughter just kept going forever. As for what we did afterwards, honestly, it doesn't matter at all. I returned to my cottage for the time being and fell asleep. Even after I woke up, my will to move my body didn't come back. That's why I didn't look back on everything that happened up until now. I didn't think about what was going to happen. I just kept praying that nothing else would happen, and burrowed deep into my sheets as if I were trying to hide. In doing so, I was someone trying to endure the long day. And then the sun finally set. The day feels abnormally long when you spend it praying that nothing happens. Which reminds me, I haven't heard Monokuma's announcement. I guess that isn't needed anymore. Is everything really going to end? What is everything anyway? How far? How much is everything? If we leave this island, is everything going to end? There's still so much we don't know. About our school memories, the Future Foundation, Hope Speak Academy, Monokuma's true purpose. Can we really end this and turn our back on all that? And not just that, if we're really leaving, then where are we going? To Hope Speak Academy? That was my last night at Jabberwock Island. At a place where my worries didn't even matter. Everything was about to end. Zero days left. Just a few hours, I guess. I feel like I had a fun dream somehow. I think it was about my childhood. Because of that, I was able to face the day with a somewhat happier feeling than usual. That's right, it's the last day. According to Monokuma. Suddenly my body shuddered. Right when I opened my eyes, I was gripped by a fear that I had never felt before. A fear like I had been abandoned in this world. Completely, utterly alone. With nobody left on this island. Kazuichi, Fuyuhiko, Akane, Sonia. Like everyone was gone and I couldn't find them anywhere. I suddenly couldn't believe in anything, like everything in this world was nothing but lies. Ah! I rushed out of the cottage, desperate to escape that fear. What the heck? What's happening? Ah, okay. When I left the cottage, I randomly ran into her. Ah, Hajime, good timing, what do you mean? Remember Nagito's video message that we found at the factory? Yeah, when we were dealing with the bomb ruckus. What about it? Apparently there was more to that message inside that laptop, huh? We weren't able to see it until a day or so had passed. Apparently it was locked by a timer. Did he set it up so we wouldn't be able to watch it until after the class trial? Why would he do that? And why are you here? Maybe Nagito plans to leave this as a will. Where is it right now? We're just planning to meet at the restaurant and watch it together. Got it, the restaurant. Why is she here? Yeah, Chiaki isn't supposed to be there. There are only 4 other people left. Hold on, I need to use the restroom again. I'll be right back. Okay, excuse me. I can't go on foot. Why was it glitching out earlier, though? What's the meaning of this? Hold on a second. Everyone is not there, apparently. Apparently there's no one anywhere. Hey, you're late. Is it true? Nagito really left another message? Kneel before Miss Sonia and thank her. She was the one who found it. Was going for a walk with Gundam's hamster and I found it when I stopped by the factory. A coincidence, you say? Wrong. This is the will of casuality guiding you. The will of casuality? Or is it causality?
Huh?
Why would Miss Sonia be going for a walk with Gundam? I never allowed that. So anyway, let's hurry up and play it. Yeah, you're right. And why was Gundam there? He's dead. What's the meaning of this? I wonder who's... Is it the traitor from the Future Foundation? If so, congratulations. Looks like it ended the way I hoped it would. Ended the way he hoped it would. Nagito was trying to kill everyone except the traitor. Damn it, it was just as Monokuma said. So he really set up the traitor as the killer and he even tried to make them survive the trial. But why would he do that? Enough with your useless talk, it appears there's still more. Why are you here? But if everyone but the traitor was watching this video, then unfortunately I guess I lost. That outcome is the complete opposite of the hope I believe in. Well, not that it matters for me anymore. I mean, no matter what the outcome is, it doesn't matter for a dropout like me. Now then, let's put this meaningless introduction aside and get down to business. Since I don't know who I'm talking to, I'm going to speak so that both sides will understand. First of all, you might be wondering why I did what I did. Well, I just took action after talking about it for so long. The special prize in the final dead room allowed me to learn a certain truth. It would be troublesome if everyone found out, so I already disposed of that page. But anyway, I was totally surprised. I mean... The Future Foundation's traitor must have known that truth all along. And so I was able to learn the truth about this world and resolved to take action immediately. I shouldn't have made fun of Hajime. Deep down, I always wanted to become a protagonist myself. What the heck? Check the web for details? It says down there. What? But now that I know that truth, as I look back on Monokuma's actions, I'm starting to see what he's planning. By giving us information about the island's mystery and the Future Foundation, he's raising all your hopes. But only so he can lead you to unimaginable despair. Plus, Monokuma is trying to show that despair to someone. Perhaps that someone is... seriously pissing me off. Hell... something, something, something. Something... oodly... is this only... happy ors... Geez, what a hopeless truth. Who is Monokuma's true identity? How could they come up with a plan like that? But that's enough reflecting on the past. Let's talk about the future now. If you want to escape Monokuma's plan, there's a specific place you need to go to. The key to enter that place is that message you found at Nezumi Castle. Normally you need to follow a bunch of steps to enter that place. But since that message gets rid of those steps, you can think of it as an Easter egg or something. It was probably left by someone other than Monokuma or Monomi. But that has nothing to do with me. You guys still think you're not gonna die or something. www, stop it, don't stop. I had to hide this until my plan came to an end, but I guess now is a nice time to announce it, right? So then, I'll announce the password. 11037. That is the password that was written in Nezumi Castle. 11037. 11037. 11037. You have to use that to enter that specific place. That's the only way you can escape Monokuma. I feel like I've been talking forever, but that's all for me. With this, my duty is finished. I believe my actions will become the foundation of this world's hope. And if that really happens, praise me. Tell others what I've accomplished. I want to know where those plushies are, though, before I finish. Hold on. Chapter 3. Okay, tell others what I've accomplished. Erect a bronze statue of me. How about no? Respect me. Please call me the ultimate hope. Ah, it hurts my eyes. This was Nagito's final message. That 11037 number that Nagito said was the password. Yeah? What about it? Mahiru! What is she doing here? There's no mistaking it. That's the password to enter that ancient ruin. You better hurry, I think. Let's go before the countdown reaches 0. You're right, let's go. Why are they here? Now is not the time to relax. I need to hurry to the ancient ruin on the second island. It's snowing now. Somehow it is quite nerve-wracking. Is it really safe? Is it really safe to go inside? What's gonna be in there? So unreliable to be freaked out like that. You're a man, aren't you? There's also that countdown. There's no time to stand around. Damn right, it's our last chance to get inside. I'm starting to feel nauseous from the thrills, the chills, the kills. If you're gonna let it out, why not do it in the Tupperware I keep with me? Okay, now is not the time to fuck around. I'm going to be alright, you don't have to worry. I will protect my young master. Now then, let's go forward together. Okay. The hell, don't treat me like a kid. Believe that hope lies beyond this point. That is your leader's order. I told her that you only understand piggy talk. I said you're so cool in piggy talk. I'm going to kill you. Hajime, the password please. Yeah, I know. 11037. There's no need for you to worry. The only thing beyond this point is a shining future. Now then, let's open the door to the future. Beyond this door, the future is waiting. A sparkling future. Now then, let's move forward. The game is not gonna end just like that, right? There's no way.
This is 裁判場か? でもどうして裁判場なんだ?
確かに裁判場っぽいけど、でも今までのとは明らかに雰囲気が違うっつうか。
あ
皆さんはどこに行ってしまわれたのですか？
皆さん
What? Something's wrong. What did I do? No, that's not it. I'm not the weird one. What's really weird is... okay. Here it goes again. This is weird. This world. It's an illusion. Oh, please don't tell me. Ah, okay. Okay. It's glitchy. You obtained a present, Gamer's Backpack. Heading to the school trip. Chapter 0? It would be wrong to say it was swaying from side to side. It was actually shaking rather intensely. The room I was in, it was shaking from side to side. The shaking was quite irregular, just when you thought it was a series of small shakes. It would suddenly shake violently, and every time it happened, I'd have to steady myself with my foot. I couldn't stand up very well, but for me it was comforting. I never thought not knowing what to expect could be so fun, so I was feeling rather excited. But I figured I'd get bored of that feeling soon enough. That's what I was expecting. For me, a person who is loved by talent, detecting regularities among irregularities won't be that difficult. How boring. Do you like ships? On the other side of the dark room I heard a voice. It was clearly directed at me. Ha. So you looked like you were having fun, so that's what I assumed. You do like ships, right? Ships? Ah, that's right, that's it. So this is a ship. That looping sound is super annoying. Is it really that funny? Hey, if you want, care to talk a little? The silence was starting to bore me. Instantly, I saw his true character, the overfamiliar attitude, the friendly smile, but under that thin skin, I could detect a foul, offensive odor, like some kind of putrid slime. In a sensible way, of course. How should I put this? It was a smell exclusive to those who were already finished. Nice to meet you. I'm Nagito Kamaeda. Anyway, lucky me. It's been a while since anyone was willing to talk to me, so to share a room with a person like that, yep, I'm definitely lucky. Lucky. Ah, so that's your talent then. What a boring talent. A boring talent, huh? Well, that's exactly what it is. But for someone I'm meeting for the first time to say that so suddenly, that's because I have luck as well. Huh? Even I possess a talent as boring as luck. Possess, huh? I'm starting to get really interested. Who are you? You're obviously from Hope Speak Academy too, right? So you're one of us. But that's weird. This is the first time I've ever seen you. Hey, can you tell me why you're here? How did you end up here? How boring. Sorry, I'm often told I'm terrible at making conversation. Not you. This world. Huh? This world is full of boring people. People who lack talent stick together and oppress those who do possess talent. Even though they know they're insignificant, they don't try to acknowledge their true superiors. They are profoundly desperate to drag them down to their level. And because of these bastards, this world has come to a deadlock. This world has stopped evolving. How boring. Well, the world is shaped by the will of the majority. It makes sense that it bends to those who lack talent. That's why we're in our present situation. Perhaps, does that have anything to do with the reason you're here? Boring people make no contributions to the world, not even a speck of dust. That's why my teachers taught me that a certain degree of selection must be performed. Looks like they had high expectations for you, huh? That's completely different from me. But what are you planning to do now that you've ended up like this? There's nothing you can do, right? Listen well, using people is a talent too. It is now my turn to use that person just as they used me in the past. That person? Are you talking about ultimate despair? But how? I mean, they're already... I have it with me. The contribution that person left to me. Even now, it rests in my pocket. I don't know what you're talking about. Hahaha, I'm definitely lucky. I can't believe I'm speaking with someone as amazing as you. Then will I be able to see her again? Will I be able to see the person I hate with every fiber of my being again? And this time, will I be able to kill her this time? The person I hate so much? Hate. Then explain your hand. Ah, this. This is a woman's hand, right? Huh? Hey, ha ha ha. Isn't it amazing? I can't move it, of course. I mean, it's not my hand after all. But even now, it still hasn't rotted. Hey, maybe that means it's becoming one with me. Isn't it amazing? I have successfully become one with ultimate despair, my sworn enemy. I see, so you salvaged the body. You really are a boring person. I don't want you to misunderstand. I just see her as my enemy, you know? Because she's my sworn enemy, because I hate her so much. That's why I took her power, and for that I... Wait, huh? Do I hate her? Huh, that's strange. Huh? Ah, look out the window, we're finally here. You're starting to see it too, right? That's Jabberwock Island, isn't it? Isn't it exciting? I wonder what's going to happen on that island once we get there. What's going to happen? I can already predict what will happen. Huh? I already know because I am loved by talent. But no matter what happens, it's of no concern to me. Who is talking? I will not be able to participate in what lies ahead. Really? I don't really understand, but... I guess we have to part ways for a while. That's disappointing. We seemed to get along pretty well. Hey, can I see you again? There is no reason we'll ever meet again. After all, you are boring. Your talent, your thoughts, your entire existence is boring to me. You really don't play along, do you? Okay. Danganronpa. Huh? What is this? It's a door. There's a door. Huh? A door? Why is a door here? Where am I? How did I get here? Where am I supposed to go? Huh. Isn't this a classroom? But even so, it's a very strange classroom. Why am I in a place like this? I went inside the ancient ruin with everyone else. And I arrived at a place that looked like a trial ground, but then, why? It's not connecting. I don't know why I'm here. It's like there's no connection between how I left the trial ground and how I ended up here. It's just like before, when we were all gathered in that classroom just before we arrived at Jabberwock Island. But where is this place? Is it somewhere on Jabberwock Island? Uh-oh, glitchy. Huh. Did he say what I think he just said? Yes, he definitely said it. He said, "Welcome to Hope Speak Academy." But why would this place be Hope Speak Academy? And not just that, what is the graduation exam? Isn't the killing over already? Don't count on it, I guess. Yeah, it's the same as the first game. There's a monitor, there's a camera, there's a clock. Monokuma dolls? maybe. Oh wait, I missed one? It's definitely a lie. There's no way this place is Hope's Peak Academy. Is this creepy place the Hope's Peak Academy that I've admired for so long? It's probably a building that Monokuma made to startle us, just like the funhouse. That's right, that's definitely it. Monokuma said to come to the gymnasium, right? Then I'll go, and definitely clear things up. Okay, let me go back then, if there is indeed a Monokuma in the room. Ah yeah, I didn't see it. I had to look up. Okay. Is that it? No, probably not. This is to go to the dormitory, but I guess that this is not available in this case. Can't go in here. Can't go in here. Can't go in here either. Can't go in here. The gym. Gym is here, right? Alright, I'm going inside. Something might be waiting, but I'm not going to cower away anymore. And so I braced myself and cautiously opened the door. Mm-hmm. I wasn't prepared for what was waiting for me on the other side of that door. It's a gym. It was a normal gymnasium. Yeah, I was not prepared for it to be normal. Yo, Hajime. You heard the announcement and came here too? You guys did too, right? Hey, what do you make of all this? Monokuma said this place was Hope's Peak Academy or something. That can't be possible. You're right. Any way you look at it, it's impossible. How does it feel to return to long-awaited Hope's Peak Academy? Where are we? Where'd you look us up this time? What a shock, I just told you guys. This is Hope's Peak Academy. There's no way in hell that's true. Oh, but it is. I mean, this is definitely Hope's Peak Academy. Well, what's left of it anyway? What's left of it? Didn't I tell you before? Unfortunately, Hope's Peak Academy fell to ruin. You were serious about that. But of course it fell to ruin. I mean, they were doing things that they deserved to be ruined for. What do you mean? Anyway, I'm pretty disappointed. I went to all this trouble to bring you to Hope's Peak Academy, and you don't feel surprised or nostalgic. Oh, well, it's not like I did this for you guys. Even if you don't feel nostalgic, I'm sure someone is feeling nostalgic right now. Someone. Enough with this bullshit, just spit it out already. Where did you take us, you bastard? Though I am not certain of my memories, I believe we entered the ancient ruin and... It means I made this Hope's Peak Academy between the door to the ruin and the inside of the ruin. What do you mean between? What do you mean made? Oh my, are your minds getting the grumblies that only knowledge can satisfy? Good. Very good. It's fine to hurry along to the graduation exam, but it's in my nature to provide a little entertainment. You're planning to make us do something, aren't you? It's nothing to be so cautious about. It's not like you'll be making life exchanges or anything like that. It's just a simple graduation exam. Then what is the graduation exam? Well, as the headmaster, I'm conflicted, you know? On one hand, I'm really happy that you're finally going to graduate, but on the other hand, I'm worried about whether you guys will be okay in the outside world. That's why I'm thinking about telling you what the outside world is like before you make a decision. Whether you want to leave Jabberwock Island or stay here. Huh? We're obviously gonna get out. There's no way we'd stay here. This is annoying. Just hurry up and let us choose. Let us choose right now. You can't do that. The main cast hasn't arrived yet. The main cast? Meaning you guys are just extras until the guest of honor arrives. So enough complaining already. Hurry up and start researching the outside world. What do you mean? I have dispersed all the teaching materials you need for your research throughout Hopespeak Academy. Well, I don't think this needs to be said, but all the information is accurate and contains no lies whatsoever. Otherwise, the main cast is gonna hate me. So, please rest assured and strive to do your best during your field trip. And as usual, after leaving us with his cryptic words, Monokuma disappeared. Even if the setting had changed, even if the killing was finished, he was still the same as usual. What is going on? Outside world? Main cast? Somehow I have a bad feeling about this. Like he kept insisting that this place is Hopespeak Academy, but that's impossible, right? How would we make it back to Hopespeak Academy from a tropical island in the first place? It's impossible. There is no place for Hopespeak Academy to exist on Jabberwock Island. I said I wanted to go back, but I don't want to go back to a creepy place like this. What does this mean? So many things I don't understand have happened on the island. This building is really Hopespeak Academy? This one? The very same? This is the Hopespeak Academy I've been admiring for so long? What in the world is going on? Damn it, why is this happening? Why? I was finally able to attend Hopespeak Academy. I finally thought I'd become confident in myself. Even so, I wanted to become Hope. If that's what you're thinking, just stop it. Listen carefully. The only humans worthy of becoming Hope possess amazing talents and a strong will. And the moment you're born into this world, you either have that or you don't. It has nothing to do with effort. You must be chosen by Hope to become Hope. That's why it's not even worth admiring. Or were you so blinded by your admiration for Hopespeak Academy that you couldn't even see that? Grr. You're just some nobody from the reserve course who never had a talent to begin with. A nobody who forgot he was a nobody, that's all. If I really am a nobody, then you should have just left me alone. Why? Why do I have to go through something like this? Hajime, did something happen? Now is not the time to zone out. Sorry, it's nothing. It's nothing. I don't really get it, but is that all? As long as I don't beat the crap out of Monokuma, nothing's gonna be solved. Is that what it means? Just what the heck is Monokuma anyway? He's not part of the Future Foundation, right? If you say that, then what is the Future Foundation? Even though Chiaki and Monomi are gone, our situation hasn't changed one bit, which means the Future Foundation wasn't our enemy. That's the only thing I can think of. So they're not World Ender? Then we really were tricked by Monokuma. However, the Future Foundation is responsible for trapping us on this island, right? Regarding that matter, I believe Monomi never once denied that. Even if there are allies, they might not just be allies. Maybe Monokuma is telling us to investigate that information on our own. Chiaki said she could not betray the Future Foundation, but if she were still alive, she definitely would have helped us. No, even her just being with us would have been a big help. So what should we do? Well, that's obvious. If we're gonna go out of here safely, we have to do that graduation exam, right? Yeah, but you don't know what it is, though. It might be killing someone or something. I'm not really good at taking exams. Well, I guess it's better than people dying. Monokuma said something about a field trip, right? Is he telling us to investigate like we have been? Alright, I'm gonna do it. We might be able to learn about something about Hopespeak Academy, about ourselves. I don't care if we don't know anymore. If we can just go back to our normal lives, I'm fine. Hey, we can go home when it is over, right? We can finally get off this damn island, right? If that's the case, let's all leave this island alive by any means. He's right. Now is not the time to bemoan how unlucky I am. Where this place really is, what's happened to Hopespeak Academy, none of that matters. What's important is I need to leave this island with the others. We sacrificed so many lives in order to survive, just so we could do that. There is no way we can stop now, but Monokuma should already know that that's what we're thinking. So why did he say that? We have to decide on our own whether or not we want to leave Jabberwock Island. You should already know that we'd never choose to stay on this island. So what are we gonna do? Can we start already? But what are we even looking for? Do we just have to investigate this weird-ass building? Even so, I don't think we'll find the answers to all our questions inside this damn building. Well, just go on ahead for now. Hey, you're already going? What is that idiot thinking, running ahead without being cautious? She obviously isn't thinking about anything. It will be fine. There will no longer be any situations where we must exchange each other's lives. So we should do our best as well. Like they say, it is not scary if everyone stops at a green light. If we stopped at the green light, we'd never reach our goal. Akane already took off on her own. It might be faster if we split up and look around too. Like Sonia said, if there's no more killing, we don't have to worry about anyone betraying us anymore. And let's get this over with and go home. I'll go on ahead. I'll see you guys later. With those brief words, Fihiko left the gymnasium. Shall do my best to obtain a wonderful clue that will be useful to everyone. Now then, please excuse me. Sonia took a deep bow, then left the gymnasium. Miss Sonia. Miss Sonia! Please don't leave me! I'll be in danger if I'm left alone. Kazuichi chased after Sonia, who had just departed and left the gymnasium. I should hurry and start too. Just a bit more. Just a bit more and it's going to end. I can escape this nightmare and return to my usual peaceful everyday life. The only thing we can do is advance toward that hope. Even though I don't understand and that a lot of horrifying things keep happening. For the sake of everyone who couldn't make it this far, I'm definitely going to go home. Okay, there's one Monokuma. Okay, where's the next one? So I don't progress so far into the game that I can't go back to get them. Huh, that's weird. This is the whole way I walked through to get to the gymnasium, but it's clearly different. Is this Monokuma's doing? Is he trying to confuse us again? I don't know how he's doing it, but he keeps doing it over and over again. He's so persistent. Okay, the biolab, the office, and classroom 2-B. I'm not gonna fall for his trap. There's no way this will make me get back down. Biolab. Hold on. No, the biolab must be... Hold on. There? Ah, but I can't. This one's blocked. What do I have to do then? Talk to her? This hallway, there is a strange feeling to it, no? As if an invisible wall has been erected to limit our movement. Is it just me? What, this one? Well, there's only one door I haven't tried, so... No, behind me. This one? Is this a dojo? So strange things that make me think there's no way we're inside a school. Hold on, I need to snack on something now, because I'm starving. Perhaps it's a mistake to expect the inside of this building to make sense. Yeah. Right. What's this? Mystery at Hope Speak Academy. Manga for Monomi. Manga for Morons, sorry, by Monokuma. The title is Manga for Morons, a history of Hope Speak Academy by Monokuma. Why is a manga with such a suspicious looking title laying out in the open like this? Let's start with history first, class. Reading manga is the third best way to learn about history. Then what's the first, you ask? That depends on the person. So just as I thought, Monokuma made this. That totally explains how suspicious it looks. I really want to just ignore it, but there's no way I can do that. Fine, I'll look at it. I'll look at anything that might be a clue to getting out of here, no matter what it is. Who is this? I picked up the manga off the floor and started flipping through the pages. It's an introduction to Hope Speak Academy's history, as narrated by the cutesy character on the cover. The story begins with an introduction to Hope Speak Academy. Hope Speak Academy is a government-funded school of privilege where only the most talented high school students can hope to attend. Built to raise hope in the nation's future, many of its alumni are key leaders of various industries. New students are chosen through a scouting process, but the ones who scout them are Hope Speak Academy's teachers, who serve as both educators and researchers of talent. Hope Speak Academy isn't just a school for talent, it is also a school for researching talent as well. However, for the past few years, Hope Speak Academy has been suffering from a decline in funding. If this persists, the Academy believes they will not be able to make progress with their research of talent. So they decided to implement a new system, the Reserve Department. Unlike the main department who scouts for students, the Reserve Department utilizes a general entrance exam. Normal faculty was hired and placed in charge of looking after the Reserve Department. The expenses and exam fees for the Reserve Department are quite high compared to most high schools. Nevertheless, Hope Speak Academy received an endless stream of applicants. Hope Speak Academy was now available to talentless commoners, people who only cared about the brand. With this, Hope Speak Academy managed to amass sizable funds and began further research of talent. To create Hope Speak Academy's earnest wish, a true genius who would become mankind's hope. But just when they thought everything was going well, I can do it. An unprecedented incident occurred. Damn it. The incident that triggered the tragedy, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. That's right, it was the tragedy of Hope Speak Academy. Hope Speak Academy was crippled by this incident and was forced to shut down without accomplishing anything. The end. Huh. The ending was so sudden, like a manga that suddenly cancelled in the middle of its run. Plus these phrases mentioned at the end of this manga. The tragedy. These names are so melodramatic, there's no way these incidents really happened, right? This manga only mentions the names, so I don't really know the details, but nah, it's just be a waste of time to wonder about things that don't make sense. More importantly, I learned something because of this manga. The Reserve Department. The department was only built to collect money. I was one of the Reserve Corps students, right? That's weird. Oh, you're here again. The thing that's weird is you, of course. Why did you forget that you were part of the Reserve Department? The Future Foundation only took away your school life memories, right? But you should have known even before you entered that you had no talent, right? So I think it's weird that you actually forgot something like that too. What do you want me to say? Based on my assumption, the Future Foundation must have wanted to hide the fact that you were one of those Reserve Corps students. Or you willingly sealed those memories yourself. Huh. You wanted to be confident in yourself, so you wanted to forget everything that embarrassed you. Or maybe he simply had a talent that he never knew about, and he enrolled the other way without knowing that he was actually a talent. Dunno. You know, when humans experience trauma, sometimes they erase their memory of what happened. It happens pretty often. Not that I know anything about that, though. Are you saying it's my fault I forgot? That's not it. When things get inconvenient, you always get angry and try to brush it off. Well, that's expected of a Reserve Corps student. Damn it, what the heck? Reserve department has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Hmm? It's an armor and a helmet. Did the map developers design this to reflect a Japanese dojo? There are a bunch of wooden lockers here. Each of them has a traditional looking wood block key sticking out of them. I guess they're just for show. There's nothing in particular that looks like a clue. Is this a target? There's a straw post. I guess that means it was used for training. Hmm? Yeah, okay, there's nothing else of value here, I suppose. Hey, you weren't here before, I think. Yeah. This hallway, it's kind of creepy. I can't go to places that I should be able to go to. It's like some rule is being enforced for no reason. It's like there's an invisible wall or something. Well, I still don't seem to be able to go there. Still don't seem to be able to go there. One of the classrooms, maybe? Ah, yeah. A violin. There is another manga. It's laying on top of the desk. The Tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy by Monokuma. Manga for morons. Okay. Wasn't the Tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy mentioned in that other manga too? That's why Hope's Peak Academy went bankrupt then. It was a trigger for the biggest, most tragic, most awful event in human history. If I read this manga, will I be able to learn a little more about that incident? I took the manga from the desk and started flipping through the pages to see what I could learn about the event known as the Tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy. The story made heavy use of outdated stylized drawings depicting characters solving mysteries. What's written here is, as the name suggests, the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy occurred at Hope's Peak Academy. Duh! You think so? Excuse me. Yips. The key player in that event was a student named Izuru Kamukura. Izuru was a genius known as a symbol of hope. Hope's Peak Academy used all their resources to develop him. Suddenly, Izuru was a genius among geniuses who possessed various talents. Supposedly, sorry. Wielding superior talent for the hope of mankind, the Academy referred to Izuru as the ultimate hope. To protect such rare talent, the Academy completely concealed all evidence of Izuru's origins and identity. Because of that, most of the students at the Academy were completely unaware of Izuru's existence. But Izuru, who was known as the symbol of hope, was responsible for a horrible incident. 13 students of Hope's Peak Academy Student Council, among the Academy's best and brightest, were brutally murdered by Izuru. However, the incident did not end there. The Academy tried to protect Izuru's superior talent and conceal the incident as though it never happened. However, a certain student began working in secret to use that incident to their advantage. That student uncovered what the Academy did, and by making that knowledge public, it stoked the fires of Reserve Corps students, who had long been dissatisfied with how they'd been treated. And the uprising began, and that heralded Hope's Peak Academy's destruction. This is the entirety of the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy. Let me guess, the end? Ah, no. Eventually, that incident would lead to that horrifying, devastating incident. The incident that would be known as the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. We're excited. Danganronpa 0. With a heavy sigh, I closed the manga. How am I supposed to believe this? There's no way 13 people were killed at Hope's Peak Academy. For a genius known as the ultimate hope to cause such a gruesome incident, a talent like that is too regal for society. It's like trying to buy juice through the bar of gold. You should be lucky that you're incompetent. Damn it, he always has to lead up to something offensive. He seriously pisses me off. But ultimate hope? Nagito mentioned that before too, but it looks like it means something completely different here. What Nagito said was the true meaning of hope, but for Izuru, hope simply means talent. More importantly, a genius who possesses various talents. I wish they'd given me one of those talents so I didn't have to be in the reserve department. That's right, the reserve department. Here it said that the reserve corps students in the reserve department began uprising. Then what about me? Was I a participant too? No, that's not possible. There's no way. I have no reason to do something like that. A certain student who secretly used the incident to their advantage. Well, wait, who is that? Maybe it's me. Maybe it's Hajime. This incident is really messed up, but all it's doing is raising more questions. The mysteries just keep piling up. Okay, this one over there is still red. The biolab, maybe? Ah, yeah. So there should be a Monokuma under the table. Yeah, I saw it. What the hell is with this room? It's freaking cold in here. It's like I'm in a freezer or something. If I just stand still, I might end up freezing to death. I should hurry up and investigate so I can get out of here already. 3 out of 5. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history by Monokuma. The next one would obviously be about this incident. The biggest, most awful, tragic event in human history, huh? Might turn out to be something lame. I flipped through the pages of the manga and hope that I was right. Story about creepily drawn characters who get involved in such horrifying incidents. An incident known as the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Is this drawn so grotesquely because the incident itself is that grotesque? Anyway, the beginning of this creepy manga starts with this sentence. The tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy was simply the trigger. At first, the uprising by the Reserve Corps students that triggered the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy was initially hoped to be resolved quickly, but the situation continued to escalate to dangerous extremes. The movement started spreading all over the internet and fostered a thriving online community. The community was not limited to students, and people of various races and nations began joining in. But the movement was not confined to the internet and began spreading and eroding the real world. When the movement started, it was indistinguishable from any other demonstration inspired by social unrest. But as it spread across the world, certain abnormalities soon came to light. By then it was too late. The ends and the means had vanished, and wanton destruction began their only goal. What? What does that even mean? Became, not began. Became their only goal, okay. I need glasses. The strong butchered the weak killed the weakest among them, and soon the weak formed factions to brutally murder the strong. As the violence and death continued to spread, the shock of their actions began to disappear, as if the era was regressing to more uncivilized times when senseless death were the norm. The media was oversaturated with death to the point where people would watch them while enjoying a meal. By the time the world realized what it had become, it was too late to stop what had happened. A feeling of immense despair began spreading and eventually engulfed the world. Acts of terrorism and coup d'etat began occurring around the world. A war waged, blah blah blah. A war fought not for principles, religion, or personal gain. Just war. Pure war. And because of that, there was no way to resolve it. How could a movement started by high school students progress to such a hopeless scenario? The only explanation is the existence of a certain organization devoted to a certain student who influenced Hope's Peak Academy, a group called Ultimate Despair. Instead of using Hope's Peak Academy's talents for the sake of mankind's hope, they used them for the sake of mankind's despair. Key members of society used their influence to brainwash the masses in order to spread despair. Tech-savvy computer programmers wrote software to spread despair. The powerful and influential created new values and morals to spread despair. Get to the point already. With this, they created the tragedy, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. As long as ultimate despair exists, the despair engulfing the world will never end. The tragedy will never end. My heart was racing in my chest, but my body felt ice cold. And it wasn't because I was freezing in this room. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. This is definitely all made up. I mean, if this is really true, then what's happening in the outside world? My family, my friends, the convenience store I frequent, the nearby bookstore, my favorite restaurant, what's happened to them? Are you seriously yelling at a manga? How crazy are you? Who would enjoy reading something like this? Oh my, you don't like manga? A high school student who doesn't like manga is like an office lady who doesn't like to eat candy. Enough, what is this messed up manga? I thought you'd obviously know about such a horrible event that destroyed the world, but for you to not to remember that, such despair. That's the Future Foundation's fault though, thanks to them stealing your school memories. The incident that happened during that period has been completely removed from your brains. This incident really happened, and I actually forgot about it? There's no way that's possible. How many times do I have to tell you? All the clues here are real. Please understand, I'm rooting for you. If you don't learn about the full extent of the outside world, you guys will suffer for it. I just want to help you guys so you can live well-adjusted lives in the outside world. I see, so that's how it is. That's what he meant by what he said at the beginning. As the headmaster, I'm conflicted, you know? On one hand, I'm really happy that you're finally going to graduate, but on the other hand, I'm worried about whether you guys will be okay in the outside world. That's why I'm thinking about telling you what the outside world is like before you make a decision. Whether you want to leave Jabberwock Island or stay here. He's trying to make us feel despair toward the outside world, so we'll want to stay on this island. But there's no way I'm going to do that. Despair like that simply can't exist. The outside world should be filled with hope. Just like now. Perhaps no. That's definitely it. Whether or not this incident really happened, what in the world is this Ultimate Despair group? If they're devoted to a certain student who guided Hope's Peak Academy to its destruction, are they connected to both the tragedy and the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy? Plus, that organization isn't just one person, but a group of people. But if they're known as Ultimate Despair, they're high school students, right? Well, if they were actually able to do it, then I guess that's why they were called Ultimates. Then are the killings we're involved in connected to them as well? It's no use, I'm going to freeze to death. I'm at my limit. I need to get out of here. Shivering, I ran out of the freezing room. Phew, that was close. I nearly froze to death. So where should I go next? Well, this one. No, I should ignore it. I'm just going to pretend I didn't see him. There's no manga in this one. When I went inside this room, that bastard bear was suddenly here. He keeps glancing at me. I wonder why. Yeah, it's gonna be shitty either way, so I'll let you handle it. There's no way I'm gonna deal with that idiot. I don't want to do that either. But I guess I have no choice. Why, hello, Hajime. I hope you're doing pleasingly well. Are you pleasingly well? You're pleasingly well, right? What are you doing here? There was another thing I needed to tell you on this floor. I got bored of drawing manga. Can you forgive me for telling you by word of mouth? You should have done that from the beginning. I didn't want to read your manga in the first place. A high school student who doesn't like manga is like a sumo wrestler who doesn't like eating hot pots. I'm getting really fed up with your babbling. Hurry up, what did you need to tell me? It's about that key piece of information you've been waiting so long for. Surprise! It's about ultimate despair. Huh? Even though the term ultimate despair refers to a group these days, it was originally the title for a high school girl who was the most powerful, evil, and feared person alive. A high school girl. Lady Junko Enoshima. As the former ultimate despair, she created a despair brimming with charm and humor. And created the ultimate despairs. So are the people who got out of the school the ultimate despairs? There was one really horrible person in that group. Hold on a sec. I don't know what the ultimate despairs are, but it's not that easy to form an organization. There's no way people would join some fucked up organization created by a high school girl. Maybe after they left the school at the end of the first game, they just despaired because the world was in ruins or something. Humans were obsessed with their philosophy, have an uncanny power to attract others. It's a trait shared by many famous leaders throughout history, right? There's nothing strange about it. That holds true for Lady Junko. With her charismatic ability to attract people, she even influenced those in the highest echelons of power. Her connections were the main reason that incident became the tragedy in the first place. So she even recruited people who have been in a position to neutralize the threat? Then what was their purpose? Why did they cause that incident? It doesn't even make sense. They had a purpose, right? There's no way they'd do that. They'd do what they did without any purpose. It was Junko Enoshima's despair, huh? For Junko Enoshima, despair isn't about purpose, instead of principle, a way of life, or an instinct. Despair is what defines Junko Enoshima as Junko Enoshima. What are you guys saying? I'm a stuffed plushie. Hajime is a human. It's exactly like that. Junko Enoshima is full of so much despair that she's truly hopeless. Living, dying, eating, loving, for her, everything is despair. What the hell? With her overwhelming force of personality, Junko recruited the ultimate despairs one by one. She controlled their despair by taking advantage of their love, hate, grudges, anything really. Junko's despair is far more dreadful than any other. That idea has been slammed right into their minds. And so the ultimate despairs who had been recruited became nothing more than Junko's limbs. All despair, whether it was their own or anyone else's, was dedicated to Junko Enoshima. Like believers making offerings to their god. Like a mother providing food to her children. They dedicated all despair so they could escape from despair, all in Junko Enoshima's name. For example, they killed their families and friends and even destroyed their bodies through relentless mutilation. And to hopelessly top it off, they completely believed it was something that they had to do. There's no way something that crazy is possible. Do you know about the final days of the reserve corps students during the tragedy of Hope Speak Academy? Final days. Junko has the power to change people's values. This is also true of famous people throughout history. Hey, what do you mean final days? What happened to the reserve department? They fulfilled their role as disposable limbs. They believed in what they needed to do. And so the 2,357 students of the reserve department all committed mass suicide. Mass suicide? All of them? It wasn't all of them. One person was excluded. One person, huh? Is that me? I don't believe it. There's no way I can believe this. Ultimate despair, Junko Enoshima. Hey, it doesn't scare me at all. I mean, she's already dead. Huh? Huh. We're still getting truth bullets. No! He just started on his own. As the former Ultimate Despair, she created the Despair bringing... Ah, yeah, okay, he's only gonna repeat all of that stuff. Was she his sister? Hey, Fuyuhiko, is it true what you said? Junko Enoshima is really dead? What, you didn't see? There was a book called Manga for Morons, Killing School Life in that bloody classroom. A bloody classroom? No, wait. What was that you said about the Killing School Life? Like the killings we were involved in, they were killings that happened at Hope's Peak Academy. As I recall, the mastermind took her own life because the remaining students worked together to defeat her. Yeah, that's what it was. The Killing School Life ended up failing in the end. As a result, the 6 students who survived managed to escape from the academy. For a manga about the Killing School Life, it was drawn with a lot of silly images and dumb gags. According to that, the mastermind behind the failed Killing School Life was Junko Enoshima. The mastermind took her own life, which means Junko Enoshima is dead. It turns out that Killing School Life was part of that whole biggest, most awful whatever incident. Junko took away the memories of former students of Hope's Peak Academy and forced them to kill each other. Yeah, she took away their memories, it's just like us. Apparently the whole thing was being filmed by surveillance cameras and broadcast worldwide. There's a limit to being a cruel asshole. The surveillance cameras were broadcasting the whole thing? The students are widely known as symbols of hope. By forcing people to watch these symbols of hope kill each other for the sake of survival, they were trying to fill everyone who watched the broadcast with despair all at once. That's messed up. But that messed up plan was stopped. Junko Enoshima failed. Junko lost to the students she placed in her trap, and after being overcome by the despair she created, she took her own life. Then Junko is no more. He's silent. That's weird. No matter how horrible she was, there's no reason to fear someone who's dead. Whether Monokuma's story is true or not doesn't matter. Junko Enoshima isn't alive anymore. Then, who is our enemy? Junko Enoshima is already dead. Are the rest of the Ultimate Despairs behind this? Are the followers of Junko carrying out our will? That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, the killings we're involved in resemble that Killing School Life. Well, I don't know who the hell is imitating Junko and making us go through this, but an imitation is just that, an imitation. If the students from Hope's Peak Academy stop the real deal, there's no way we'll lose to some fake. But if this is really an imitation, are those surveillance cameras the same too? The cameras all over Jabberwock Island. Are they broadcasting to somewhere just like the surveillance cameras during the Killing School Life? And this one is updated. Man, Hajime, you totally know about that story, huh? What, do you have a problem with that? Well, I really wanted you to read the manga version since I took the time to draw it. Oh, well, I'll just raise the flag. Flag? What do you mean raise the flag? What's going to happen if you do that? One step at a time, you're getting closer to clearing my character route. You're not making sense again. Now then, I'll give you guys my all. I'll tell you everything I know, including information on the outside and the inside. I'll raise them flags like crazy. What, I need to talk to him again? This is becoming boring. It's making me read all that stuff out loud. What a surprise. No! I don't want to. Ah, I can leave, okay. Damn, my nose is itchy. It changed to a different hallway again. It's so sudden. What's going on to make something like this happen? No, I've already decided that I'm not going to be surprised. That's right. There's no time for me to be surprised by something like this. Well, the office is still locked. That door over there doesn't work. Boobs! Akane is twitching her nose like a beast and examining her surroundings. Hey, what happened? Well, you know, it's just my gut, but I feel like someone's getting closer. What do you mean? Who? I don't know. It's just my gut after all. But still, her gut is pretty impressive. For some reason, it's strangely intuitive. And Monokuma did say something about the main cast coming. It's surprising, but our gut must be correct again this time. The music room, okay. Damn it, my nose is itchy. This looks like the music room. I feel like I can see something strange. The monument? This? It's a very nice looking grand piano. It might be very valuable. Ibiki might have been able to play this. What is this? Words are floating in the air. This is like a hologram, right? The floating letters are forming a sentence. It looks like a passage from an email. Regarding the report we gave you the other day, we have obtained information on the person who claims to be a survivor of Hope Speak Academy. Upon further investigation, there are a total of 15 survivors. You may be wondering about the number of people at this time. If they are survivors of Hope Speak Academy, it's possible they may be targeted by ultimate despair. We believe we should acquire them and place them in our care as soon as possible. Though I don't believe the group can go that far without Junko and Oshima rallying them. In the worst case scenario, we must prevent a repeat of the killing school life. Also, if they are survivors of Hope Speak Academy, we should expect them to be quite valuable to us. However, we are still investigating the details of their origins and we haven't located them either. We will continue investigating this matter. Also, regarding a separate matter, we have received a report from the research facility on Jabberwock Island. Preparations have been completed. It seems we can proceed with the experimental phase of the Neo World program. Survivors of Hope Speak Academy? 15 students? Is that about us? Excluding Chiaki, who was part of the Future Foundation, there were definitely 15 of us, but what does survivors mean? It's like they're talking from some other world. What happened outside Jabberwock Island? If the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is really true, then the world isn't normal anymore? Maybe. I'm starting to feel like we might be better off not remembering those memories we've lost. Looks like it's some sort of monument. Why would there be a monument in the music room? And not just that, the mark engraved into the monument is the symbol of the Future Foundation, right? Below that symbol, there's a short passage engraved. To combat the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history, the graduates of Hope Speak Academy were among the many who established the Future Foundation. Huh? The Future Foundation was established by the graduates of Hope Speak Academy? Aren't they known as World Ender? This is completely different. Monokuma, you completely made it up! Future Foundation's origins, yeah? The Future Foundation is on our side at least. If that's true, Chiaki should have made that clear to us. No, as long as Monokuma was around, she probably couldn't say anything carelessly. Monokuma, if he is the Future Foundation's enemy, then his true identity must be the ultimate despairs who caused the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The ones who are carrying out the will of Junko and Oshima are making us go through this. Also, this caught my attention in the email too. What is this research facility on Jabberwock Island mentioned in the email? What's that about? The only Future Foundation facility we found was that ancient ruin. There's no way that the research facility... If there really is a research facility on this island, there should be other Future Foundation members here. Somehow there are still so many mysteries. I can go into this one now. Monokuma doll. Okay. I see it. This feels different from a classroom. It's probably the office, right? I mean, the room is kind of has that stuffy teacher vibe to it. The office, huh? Now that you mention it, it does look like that.
Yeah.
More importantly, have you seen Miss Sonia? I don't see her anywhere. How much longer is this guy gonna be obsessed with Sonia? Give it up already. And so the last one is in classroom 2B. camera, the screen, the flowers. They look pixelated. They look like fire flowers from Super Mario Brothers or something. There are letters floating in the air, like the music room from earlier. Looks like a passage from an email someone wrote. I think it's the same one from earlier. I guess I should read it. We understand this matter regarding the survivors. In order to safely acquire them, please do your best and continue your investigation. However, you must exercise extreme caution concerning the remnants of despair. Even though they have lost Junko and Oshima, the fact remains that they are incredibly dangerous. Even after her death, the tragedy has not ended. Perhaps there is still a leader on par with Junko and Oshima. As long as we do nothing about the remnants of despair, we will not be able to end this incident. For this reason, the remnants of despair must be immediately eliminated once they are discovered. Everything is for the sake of a shining future. Immediately eliminated? Does that mean this is an order to kill them? That doesn't sound peaceful at all. Well, I guess that's understandable. If the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is as terrible as it sounds, it's pretty much all-out war. If the remnants of despair are the ones waging that war, there's no way they'd be forgiven that easily. Remnants of despair has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. There's something written on the blackboard. What's written here? List of subjects is written on the blackboard in large letters, just below that. Akane Owari, Sonia Nevermind, Peko Peko Yama, Hyoko Sayonji, Mairu Koizumi. Is that all of them? Ultimate Imposter? So Byakuya was never really Byakuya then, I guess. Okay. Yeah, their names I've seen before, yeah. Obviously. An extremely overwhelming portrait is hanging on the wall. I feel like I've seen it before, but the name etched into the placard say... Izuru Kamukura, yeah. The founder of Hope Speak Academy, and this name Izuru Kamukuya. Doesn't this clearly contradict the information I obtained earlier? Damn it, another mystery! There's a newspaper posted on the blackboard. Below that, Hyoko Sayonji is written there. What is this newspaper? She looks older. No? What is this? It says Miss Hyoko Sayonji. This can't mean the same Hyoko, right? I mean, the Hyoko we knew. She was much smaller and looked more childlike. It was pretty much her defining feature. But the photo in this newspaper, in a way I can see the resemblance to Hyoko, but her height and figure, it's too different from the Hyoko we knew. What does this mean? This lady looks pretty mature. Is she Hyoko's older sister or something? No, it says Hyoko Sayonji here. Then Hyoko has an older sister with the same first and last name. An older sister with the same first and last name. That's the only explanation, right? I mean, look at it for yourself. That's not Hyoko. But did you ever hear her mention an older sister? Well, it's not like I was that close to her or anything. She doesn't have an older sister. Hyoko is the Sayonji family's only daughter. If she doesn't have a sister, then a relative? No, there's still too much of a resemblance. That's Hyoko. Huh? What are you saying? Hyoko doesn't have a curvy body like this. I mean, she was famous for a childlike figure. She got away with all kinds of crap for looking like that. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe she had a growth spurt. What are you saying? She died. She's already dead. There's no way she could have had a growth spurt. Well, regardless, all the clues I've provided are true. If they weren't, it wouldn't be fair. What the heck? This is the truth? If this is the truth, then the Hyoko in this newspaper. Is he really saying this is the same person? That's impossible. I mean, how can there be a photo of a grown-up Hyoko when she's already dead? Why does this even exist? Could it be related to that list of subjects over there? If it says subjects, maybe it means there was some kind of experiment, right? Did that experiment change Hyoko's body? Oh, what am I saying? Just saying it out loud makes it sound messed up. What experiment? If it's some kind of experiment, it would mean that we're also test subjects, right? I mean, our names are also written on the blackboard under that list of subjects. But what kind of experiment was it? What's going on? I better not have anything to do with time travel. Okay, with this you've totally raised all the flags on this floor. Congratulations, Hajime, you shall now go on to the next stage. Next stage. Not again. The hallway is different from the last time. I guess when that flag Monokuma mentioned is raised, I moved to a different hallway than the last. But how can he do that? Now is not the time to be confused by that. Thinking about it is just going to waste my energy. I can't interact with this one. I guess it's that room with the target on it that I have to, well, target. There's an invisible wall. I can't go that way. Okay, yeah, so I guess I have to stop there. And then... okay. Rec room. There's a billiard table and a dartboard and a shelf lined with magazines. It's hard to think a room like this actually exists inside the school. A camera, a monitor, a book, a couch. Okay, this is unimportant. It's a file with Hope Speak Academy's seal on it. It says confidential. That means this is a big secret, right? Why would an important document be here? Why am I even asking a question like that? Obviously, Monokuma is responsible. Anyway, I need to confirm what's inside the file. About the Hope Cultivation Plan. For many years, Hope Speak Academy has conducted rigorous research into various talents. The Hope Cultivation Plan seeks to use the fruits of our labor to further our true goal. With our hands, we will birth a true hope that will bring hope to the entire world. Truly, the program is the next innovation in providing the ultimate education. This plan has been the Academy's wish since its foundation, so we must succeed at all costs. What followed was a series of detailed instructions and intricate orders. It was full of difficult technical terms and I had no idea what any of them meant. However, the word true hope left a strong impression on my mind for some reason. The Hope Cultivation Plan was created for the sake of birthing true hope. Hope Speak Academy was behind something like that? I don't really get it, but... there's something about these words. True hope, huh? This hologram again. What's this one say? It looks like another email passage. Regarding the report we gave you the other day, we have finally succeeded in acquiring them and have placed them in our care. Though they were all dispersed, we were successful in acquiring all 15 of them. Due to the fact that we are unable to ask them about specific details, it is unknown how they managed to survive the tragedy. It's been reported that some are wounded, so it seems certain that they survived under harsh conditions. Over the course of our detailed investigation, we determined that they are the same age as the others, so we have decided to entrust them to the survivors of the killing school life. As for the remnants of despair, there are still no solid leads regarding this matter, and we have no new information to report. We will continue with the investigation. Once they are discovered, we shall eliminate them immediately. Everything is for the sake of a future filled with hope. Remnants of despair, yeah. It says here that they succeeded in acquiring them and have placed them in our care. That means we should have been protected by the Future Foundation, right? Then why is this happening? If the Future Foundation was protecting us, why were we forced to kill each other on this island? Well, I guess it's not possible that the Future Foundation set this all up. My, Hajime, if you keep worrying like that, you're gonna get a toothache and collapse. It's your fault. What is this hologram thing anyway? It's exactly what it looks like. They're the Future Foundation's emails. I thought they made the perfect clue, so I did a little bit of hacking here and there to get them. You can even do that? Whoever is controlling you seems to possess many talents. Well, who cares about me anyway? That's not important at all. There's no way that's not important. His true identity should connect everything to what's happening right now. I'm upside down. I'm in a different hallway again. Pretty much used to it by now, but even so... What is this place? Am I dreaming or something? I mean, this is just totally disconnected from reality. This is disorienting. Well, I can't go through that door, so it's probably not there. Hold on. This door seems to be open. How about the one at the back? That's 2B, so this is where I probably will have to go next. This must be a library. Monokuma probably left something here too. I should hurry up and find it. Well, there only seems to be this thing. This hologram again. It must be another one of the Future Foundation's emails. I should read it. There's no doubt that it's another clue. To Future Foundation 14th Division Makoto Naegi. Where are you guys? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? Is this... What you're doing is a serious act of treason. Do you understand? Why are you protecting the remnants of despair? It should be abundantly clear that to you how dangerous it is to keep these people alive. Stay calm and think about this carefully. You guys are being lied to. Think carefully about what's important to bring the light of hope to the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? The Future Foundation rescued you from the tragedy you survived and cooperated with recovering your memories. Immediately return the remnants of despair to our headquarters. Unless we eliminate them, the tragedy will never end. Everything is for the sake of a future filled with hope. What does this mean? The email suggests that someone was trying to let the remnants of despair escape. This email is addressed to Makoto Naegi. But he's with the Future Foundation, right? Then, why was he trying to protect the remnants of despair? Did he betray the Future Foundation? Okay, final Monokuma doll in here, apparently. Huh? Didn't I walk into a classroom? I don't really get it, but, this looks like the laundry room. There's no use worrying about it, but I was in the school and now I'm suddenly in the laundry room. You know what I haven't been doing? Checking on my pet. Well, it's just what's on the table then, I guess. This looks like a tablet computer. It looks like the power is on too. Is this the next clue? I picked up the tablet and immediately started examining it. Neo World program. This word, Neo World. I I seem to recall hearing it and seeing it a few times already. The Neo World program has another name, Psychotherapeutic Communication Simulator. The Neo World program is built with the most recent psychotherapy technology and administrative software. To develop the New World program, individuals such as the Ultimate Programmer, the Ultimate Neurologist, and the Ultimate Therapist were among the many talented people whose research results were utilized. By mounting a device to the cranium, the Neo World program allows its subjects to experience a synthetic virtual world. Additionally, the Neo World program has another feature. It can replace memories formed in the real world with information contained in the synthetic virtual world. Therefore, it is possible to undo trauma sustained in the real world through the use of the virtual world. However, this device is for psychotherapeutic purposes only. Any other use is expressly forbidden. Though it is highly effective in treating brainwashing, abusing this device risks total personality destruction. Thus, extreme care must be exercised when operating this program. Slowly, everything around me turned black. Synthetic virtual world program, a feeling of emptiness like everything is being tainted. A feeling of weakness like the world is collapsing beneath my feet. Everything is starting to feel meaningless. The desperate attempts, the sad goodbyes, the conflicts, the trust I felt until now, it's all disappearing until all I feel is despair. Ah! I screamed loudly as if I was confirming the sound of my own voice. There's no way I can accept this. I am starting to accept that. There's no way something as crazy as this actually exists. You gotta raise the flags more in order to clear my character route. Now then, despair is waiting for you. Impossible. This is impossible. It's all made up. Everything is all made up. Made up? Including me too? Hey, how are you doing? Did you enjoy the killing school trip? By the way, do you guys remember the speech I made at the beginning? From this point on, I promise you a world that truly deserves to be called a game. You guys are the only ones watching this who can save them. The end of the world is nigh. What you gonna do? What's gonna happen? Isn't it exciting? Isn't it heart-throbbing? Look forward to it. This hallway. When we first arrived here, I walked down this hallway from the classroom to get to the gym. I don't really see the resemblance, but... Damn, this is so annoying. Ah, there's Sonia. Are you familiar with the placebo effect and the nocebo effect? Placebo effect is when your health improves after taking a fake medicine that you believe is real. And the nocebo effect is the exact opposite. Which means as long as the human brain controls all other bodily functions... if the brain believes something is real, it will become real. Why would you bring that up all of a sudden? I'm not sure. I do not fully understand. What the heck? Well, I still can't go that way. That leaves one classroom. And there's a glitchy Monokuma there. The moment you discovered that the truth was a lie, all hope will disappear. Poop, 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 poop. Big object. A monolith. Is this floating? That's impossible. There's no way something this big would be floating like this, but what in the world is it? And the moment I looked at that object... What's that back there? It's him! Welcome. Welcome to the Neo World program. A person? A floating person is talking to me. Who is it? No, is this even a person in the first place? I'm not quite a person. I'm simply an artificial intelligence program. It would make me happy if you called me Alter Ego. That is the name my master gave me when he created me. It can't talk. But what are you? Alter Ego? Artificial intelligence program? I am the master program behind the Neo World program. I'm responsible for creating and overseeing this world. However, only the observer has the authority to directly influence you guys. I can't actually exert much influence. In fact, my existence is one that you don't normally meet. I'm sort of like an apartment manager or something. I may oversee the entire apartment building, but I lack the power to manage individual rooms. But the virus has infected everything I'm supposed to be managing. And because of that, this world I'm managing is acting very peculiar. Hold on, my brain can't follow what you're saying. Let me gather my thoughts first. Damn it, it's that feeling from earlier again. This floating, like my feet are hovering above the floor. It's like I can't feel my feet or the ground, like I can't even believe my own existence. Hey, you should know, right? Where is this place? Tell me, what is the Neo World program? It has omitted the data collection procedure for shipping the entire world. As such, only the data we collected during the experimental stage is being utilized. Specifically, that means the data detailing Jabberwock Island, where this research facility is located. That is why the previous Jabberwock Island cityscape was restored. Ergo, if I am to answer your question, where is this place, the answer would be mostly Jabberwock Island. Certain portions of it are different depending on the circumstances. For example, the school you're in. It appears this space is entirely under the virus's influence. That's probably why I'm appearing before you too. However, even without the virus, these circumstances are a bit unnatural. I'm losing track of everything now. This is becoming a bit too weird. It seems the launch was rushed, and because of that, there wasn't enough time to collect any data. I'm sorry, I don't really know the circumstances of the outside world. After all, I'm simply the overseer of the Neo World program. Most of its words, I understood what they meant, but I couldn't understand what was being said. There was no way for me to acknowledge it as the truth. It would make much more sense if this was a fictional world. Wait, are you saying this world is a fictional world? I feel like I can't believe what's going on here. This missing sense of reality, all the mysteries, all the truth. They're all just fiction. Is that? Even so, I need to know. I need to know what this world is. Hey, can you tell me? Hey, can you tell me? What was the Neo World program used for in the first place? Damn it. The Neo World program serves only one purpose. It is used to make the real world a splendid one. I guess you can say it's a program for creating hope. A program for creating hope? But the fact that we're here, and the fact that we don't have our memories, that's all the program's fault, right? Deleting memory is the first step toward replacing memory. Replacing memory data is one of the features of the Neo World program. With the installed memory control unit, it is possible to remove any time period you set it to. And from there, you upload the memories obtained in the virtual world. Removing memories of any time period you set it to? So Monokuma was right, we did lose our school memories. But why? Why us? Why were our school memories taken away? There's a reason for that, right? That is a mystery to me too. Booting the program on the survivors of Hope Speak Academy while it's still in its experimental stage. I'm sure there was a very good reason, but unfortunately, I don't know what's happening in the outside world. I'm sorry. Are you saying we're lab rats? That's the only thing I can think of. It sounds like we're just lab rats. The Future Foundation did that to us? But they're trying to save the world, right? Or is the Future Foundation not our ally? I'm sorry, I can't provide that much help. If only I was more reliable, I wouldn't have lost my authority to a virus like this. All these new words make my head feel like it's about to burst. Can you tell me more about the Observer and that virus? Well, for this session, the Neo World program was programmed to house 15 people along with 2 monitors. They were disguised as a teacher and one of the students. They were intended to guide the participants in this way. By the way, the Observer in the teacher role has been given the authority to influence you all. But the Observer in the student role was not. They weren't given any special authority at all, so they seemed the same as everyone else. What kind of authority does the teacher role have? As an example, the teacher creates the rules of this world and manages them. If the teacher is properly managing the rules they've created, there is no risk of abuse. But because of the virus infecting everything, that has changed. It changed this world where violence shouldn't have existed in the first place. The Neo World program would have promised eternal peace, but just like the outside world, it's become a world filled with violence and death. What is that virus? I don't really know the details behind its true identity, but that function is beyond my capabilities. No matter how much I try to stop it, it behaves as if it already knows what I'm attempting to do. In the end, it stole the portion of my abilities which contained my authority to build the world. It was like it was a grandmaster chess player. I desperately tried to fight back so it wouldn't have complete control, but even so, a portion of the world has been modified at its convenience. She's probably talking about Monokuma Rock and the Funhouse. Based on what she's saying, it sounds like she's on the receiving end of a one-sided attack. But Alter Ego should be an impressive artificial intelligence that the Future Foundation created. I can tell that just by communicating with her. Which means the supposed virus is so smart that it surpasses this Alter Ego. If so, does this virus possess an artificial intelligence just like her? Damn it, what the heck? An artificial intelligence waging an attack against another one? That's so freaking irritating. But how did that virus infect the Neo World program? The Neo World program exists in isolation. It's impossible it was infected through a network. I'm fairly certain someone physically uploaded it. Physically. Perhaps someone secretly brought an external memory drive containing the virus into the facility and directly uploaded it into the main computer where the Neo World program is installed. Based on my calculations, that's most likely what happened. It was brought to the Future Foundation's facility, but the only person who could enter that facility is someone who was a member of the Future Foundation. Makoto Naegi or whatever? Damn it, what am I thinking? Why am I assuming that what I just heard is the truth? Why am I assuming that everything is a lie? Observers. But it's true that the virus is powerful and that I'm completely overwhelmed by it, but I'm still able to defend the essential areas. So it has a limit too. If it took over an observer, then it has to follow the rules of an observer. Such as, in order to end the program and release everyone, I need to follow the correct procedure and... Okay, even if you're just a god in the machine, that's enough hints from you. If you're gonna say something more, suppose that you exist between life and death. The death of yourself is inevitable. If so, it can be parallel to the deflection base. Oh man, this is becoming just too complicated. To the point where I don't really care anymore. What the heck? What just happened? You're right there, aren't you? Someone is right there, right? Makoto Naegi? Huh? Who are you? Are you different from the earlier one? Maybe you can't hear my voice from this side. I'm currently talking to the world through Alter Ego. Ever since you guys vanished into that space, the video's feedback has been pretty distorted. But even so, we were forced to watch you this entire time. The things you guys were forced to do, we were forced to watch it. Forced to watch us? I really want to save you right away, but because of the virus's interference, I couldn't. Our orders are no longer being accepted, including shutdown requests. The Neo World program is beyond our control now. In that world, that person created an independent country that doesn't accept outside interference. But Alter Ego created an opportunity for me to speak to you directly. Then it means that the person I need to talk to is right there, I hope. It looks like this guy can't even hear me or see me. Just who is this guy anyway? Is he our ally? Since there's no time, I'm going to say what I need to say and believe you're there listening to me. But first, I should apologize to everyone. I know apologizing won't help, but we didn't imagine something like this would happen. We never expected such an atrocious virus was lurking inside the Neo World program. But that's entirely our fault. It's our responsibility for not realizing it until it was too late. But it's not just a virus either. I can't say for sure that the program didn't have any problems in the first place. To tell you the truth, I was unsure about whether or not to run the program on you guys. But this was the only way to save you all. I wanted to save you guys. Save us? What did he want to save us from? Why would this save us? You've already seen the password to enter the graduation exam ground, right? You know, 11037? That's the number we found at the Nazumi Castle. The door to the ancient ruin was supposed to open after you all finished gathering the Hope Fragments. From there, You guys were supposed to challenge the graduation exam. However, I prepared that password just in case something went wrong. Like I said earlier, I had my doubts that this program was perfect. Even if the chance was slim, I thought the observer might end up going rogue. That's the reason I left that 11037 password in a place where the teacher role would not be able to go. I never thought Nagito, who saw it first, would erase that password. Anyway, I'm also the person who set the password to that number. That number contains a secret. Someone close to me left that number to save me when I was in dilemma. Can you understand what I'm trying to say? I'm entrusting that will to you all. I've entrusted it to your future. But that person is trying to abuse the graduation exam. I'm sure they are going to crush you with despair, using the graduation exam that's waiting for you. But I want you guys to endure it without giving up on hope. I want you guys to withstand it until I get there. Because I have a secret to defeat them. Does that mean he has a secret plan to defeat Monokuma? In the worst case scenario where an observer who has the role of teacher goes rogue, I've prepared a hidden command to use at the graduation exam site. It's the forced shutdown sequence. Forced shutdown sequence. Even the teacher's authority can't stop that command. It's a way to end this that you guys can choose on your own, independently of the observer. Which means even if they stole the teacher's authority, they shouldn't be able to stop it. If you use that, you guys will win. However, in order to start the forced shutdown sequence, you need more than half the number of people. And in order to do that, I need to somehow get that number. Okay. Death. What was that just now? Hey, Hajime, what was that weirdness just now? Nothing really. I see. Oh, well, anyway, that's all the hints you're gonna get. If that no-good artificial intelligence tells you any more useless stuff, I'm gonna butt in again. Did Monokuma not notice what just happened? It's been a while since I've spoken at length, but it was important to talk to you. It was worth waiting a long time here. Hey, about that guy just now. There shouldn't be anything else for you to ask me. I see, it'd be bad if Monokuma overheard us. That means Monokuma doesn't know about the conversation I had with that guy just now. You guys have a weapon, a very powerful weapon. It all depends on how you guys use that weapon. The only thing I can do is prevent the virus's invasion with all my might, so you guys can use that weapon. The rest is up to you all. Do your best. Do our best, huh? But what do we have to do our best at? The mystery is getting solved. I'm finally starting to see the truth. But what are we supposed to do when that truth is really a lie? We know we're working towards a conclusion that nobody wants to hear, but still, do we really need to work hard and do our best? Is there really a reason to do our best? If everything was a lie, then isn't everything just meaningless? It's the same for the killings too. Even though we had to experience something as painful as that, something as tragic as that, wouldn't all that be meaningless too? When the world is flipped over and becomes so irrational, what am I supposed to do? Ah, it hurts my eyes.
お前ら、希望が峰学園の1階にある赤い扉へとお入りください。うぷぷ。じゃあ、後でね。
A red door, huh? It's just a waste of time thinking about what this all means right now. For now, I need to finish this. I need to just focus on that. Well, it is almost time for my dinner, and I think, like, it feels like we're getting close to the end. Choking on my own saliva. Excuse me. Excuse me. I just want to check without spoiling myself, how much longer does this game go? Hmm. Wait a minute. Wait, what? Shoot. I was looking at the first game, not the second one. Yeah, reading it wasn't making any sense, so that seemed weird. Hold on, is this? Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be the end. Okay, I'm not reading anything that I'm not supposed to know, but... okay. Right, okay, so there's not much left, I guess. Hopefully, tomorrow's stream will be enough to get through the rest of it. So tomorrow should be the finale, hopefully. So thank you for watching, people. Look forward to the finale tomorrow at night. I won't be able to stream in the afternoon tomorrow because I have to work. But I'll be free in the evening, though, tomorrow. So thank you for watching. See you next time, then. Bye-bye. Take care.